Hello, good morning. It is fantastic to be here with all of you today. We are on day 2 of the NIITA conference. I am so grateful as an IT professional to be in this room with other people that care deeply about the things that I care about. Security, backups, data management, user management, security. I talked to someone this morning who was talking about running fiber, people that care about broadband and connectivity for Indigenous communities. And as we do our work here at NIITA, it's really focused around health, but any IT improvements that we make in our communities benefit the entire community. We talked a lot about how important security is of data, about how health data is attacked more than just regular government data, and the importance of different standards within IT around that data protection. Yesterday, we had an opening from Janice Campbell. Her traditional name is Chamia. We also heard from Jeff Besko on the NIITA business case. We heard from Tribal Hub and Mike Day. We also heard from Eldon Jenke at Amazon Web Services, Mike Himboldt of Powerland, Cinda Herring of UBC, and Tyson Roffrey of Nova Networks. Today we'll be hearing first off from the Canadian Space Agency and Tristan Richmond. Then we'll hear from ZScaler, HP, Francis Edmonds, TryCycle. After that, we have lunch. We'll hear from Kyndryl, apologies. And we'll also hear from Deloitte, and IBM is finishing off the day talking about cybersecurity. After that, we're going to have an open workshop, and we're going to have an open discussion amongst all of us just about some of the challenges and the opportunities, the experiences that we've had in the last 2 years, and also about the digital divide. And so I'm looking forward to hearing from the IT professionals in the room if we can share about best practices and things that we've learned throughout our careers, and some of the hard lessons that we might have learned, and also some of the opportunities. It's important that we share best practices amongst each other and start thinking about cybersecurity on a deeper level. I wanted to thank Quebec in the back of the room, who told me about the CIRA and how they have a security program for $15 a month. So the first presentation, first of all, does anyone have any questions or comments that they would like to add about day 1?
I just want to say I've been really appreciating your summaries after each session. So thank you for that.
I'm glad that's beneficial. I've actually never emceed a 3-day event before. And I don't know of any other IT gatherings like this. We had the First Nations and the Yukon and the IT professionals just in my territory come together and discuss in an open forum. But I'm really inspired by the work of NIITA and the opportunity that we have in front of us, particularly around procurement. Because we all know if you buy in bulk, you're going to get a better price. If you buy nonprofit, you're going to get a better price. And often yesterday we talked about ITIL. And ITIL talks about different standards as well for funding within your organization. Some of the organizations that I work for don't have a set IT budget, and it's like every department in that organization has their own budget. So I'm trying to deploy hardware and software, and I have to deploy it to that department. It's confusing. So I think there's a lot of ways that things can be made better. And that's my motto as I go into my work is, every day I try to do my best. We have to have a mentality of lifelong learning. We try to mentor younger people. We look for older people to mentor us. They're experts. I'm sure, I don't think I'm the smartest person in this room. We're all good at something. You could take any one of the big 5 industries, like big data or cellular mobile or AI, right? You can take any big industry within tech and you could learn from the time you're born until the time you die, and you will never know it all. And so we all have something to learn from one another in this room, and I'm grateful to be here. And I've met some really intelligent people, and I just appreciate the work that you do every day in IT. We saw that there are a lot of IT jobs are known as the top jobs because they're well-paying, it's a great career, you're making a difference, but I've been in tech my entire career since 2007 when I got my degree, and sometimes it's very stressful. I also want to acknowledge just some of the mental health challenges that I felt at the job, just the amount of stress. Sometimes it feels like the world is on your shoulders and you're the only one that has the ability to fix the problem. A lot of people in smaller communities don't have a big network of people. You might be the only one, and sometimes when I was working, maybe the server is going down or something's happening, I would just think thank goodness. I worked particularly in environment, and I'm thank goodness nobody's dying. I'm glad I'm not a doctor. But in IT, people only come to you when there's a problem. So you're always solving problems, and I'm grateful for those times where there's breakthroughs. Sometimes I have to leave my work for the night, come back at it the next day, and I fix it right away. So as you're working, I think a lot about Maslow's hierarchy of needs, how at the base it's shelter, water, food, and you slowly move up the pyramid, and it's so important that as you're working, you take time to take care of yourselves. When there's a breach, when there's ransomware or phishing attacks or something's happening, you can be working around the clock. Within the last 4 months, I did have just a situation where I was working on a big project, and I had to work 24 hours in a 48-hour period. When everybody else is going on vacation or taking time off, that's prime time for tech. I'm there's no one here. I have to work. And so I just wanted to just open with that about the importance of the work that everyone here does and some of the stress of the job and just how appreciative I am of this industry and to be able to be here with all of you today. Without further ado, I'm really happy to introduce the Canadian Space Agency. So I spoke to Tristan Richmond a little bit yesterday, and I was really happy to meet him. He's going to be talking about healthcare beyond the horizon. Tristan Richmond is the Space Innovation Lead for the Health Beyond Initiative. He has studied biomedical engineering at École Polytechnique Montreal and started working in 2019 at the Canadian Space Agency in the Operational Space Medicine Department. Tristan believes that space exploration has the potential to galvanize innovation in the health center. Thank you.
Excellent. Great. I think I'll start, and I'll try to keep it short so we don't spend too much time on this presentation and we have time for the rest of the presentations today. Oh, you like space? Great. Good. So hi, everyone. My name is Tristan Richmond from the Canadian Space Agency, and I'm thrilled to be here with you all today and be a part of this wonderful event. I had a great time yesterday. I thought the presentations were all brilliant. So I want to start by saying a huge thanks to the NIITA team. So on my screen, if I can get the slides to change, you'll see an overview of what I have to talk about today. But before we start, you might be thinking, why in the world is the Canadian Space Agency here? What do they have to bring to the table in this context? And that's a really good question. My background is biomedical engineering, and I've had this type of question this before and often. You know, we don't think of space agencies as having much to do with health and e-health for that matter. But what if I told you that along with these classic space sector activities such as robotics, satellites, rovers, there's also health now that's been elevated as a strategic priority within the Canadian Space Agency. And this is brand new, this is the last few years. So we're really excited to be here and to have this health-related side to the CSA and see how it's going to grow. And I'm not going to lie, there's still a very limited budget for to support the health-related activities within the CSA. But my team and I, we've been working very hard for the last few years to make that change, and I'm thrilled to say that we've been succeeding so far. So, that was the slide I was supposed to present during the last few minutes, so I'll switch that right away. So I'm part of an initiative called Health Beyond. We're working on exploring potential medical technology contributions for deep space exploration, meaning space travel to the lunar surface and Mars and beyond. So it's a brand new initiative. We launched in 2019, and we're a very small team, but as I hope I'll convince you by the end of the presentation, we're dreaming very big. So during this presentation, I'll talk more about the strategic vision of the Health Beyond initiative. And before I continue, so going back, you still might be thinking, big whoop, the Canadian Space Agency is thinking about health, but health for space, right? So what can we bring in the terrestrial context? And in the next few minutes, I'll describe the challenges that we are currently facing in operational space medicine. And I invite you all to start thinking about the synergies between space medicine and remote healthcare. And I'll start right away. So let's look at medical operations in space right now. Everything that happens is right there on my screen at the International Space Station, and that flies at around 400 kilometers over our heads. The current approach towards maintaining the health of astronauts is focused on mitigation and risk reduction. We have very strict pre-flight requirements around the astronauts' physical and mental health, significantly decreasing the chances of medical problems in space. These requirements are built on a very deep understanding of the effects of space on the human body, and that could be microgravity, that could be increased radiation exposure. In addition to screening, astronauts on board the International Space Station, or the ISS, are kept healthy by a system called the Health Maintenance System, which can provide for most basic medical needs that may arise. Though reasonably well-equipped, the system is currently limited by a number of factors. For example, the availability of onboard medical tools and minimally trained crew medical officers. So of course, the astronauts do have training, medical training, but it's very limited. They have so much to train on. And we're lucky, let's say last astronaut that flew, David Saint-Jacques, he had a medical background, but we can't make sure that all astronauts have this background. So if David Saint-Jacques is sick and is not capable of helping others, well, we have to have this training for all astronauts, which is limited. Another limiting factor is data downlink requirements. So onboard capabilities rely heavily on real-time connectivity between the space station and ground personnel. While this connectivity allows the ground to be able to support diagnosis and treatment of minor injuries and conditions, there are limited medical capabilities for treating more severe conditions and diagnosing these conditions in the first place. So if the team of physicians on the ground believe that medical condition cannot be properly treated in orbit, they can simply recommend for the crew to be returned to Earth. I say simply, I know it's a whole process, but it's feasible, right? So now let's think about what we're thinking of. We're thinking about space exploration, we're thinking about moon, and we're thinking about Mars. So as international ambitions for space exploration extend to, beyond low Earth orbit, beyond the ISS, of course, all the crew health challenges become increasingly complex. Not only is it difficult to predict how the human body will react to these unprecedented mission lengths, but traveling beyond low Earth orbit comes with very strict operational constraints. And while existing medical systems have been effective on the ISS, many of the current capabilities become insufficient when we think about astronauts venturing beyond low Earth orbit. And we've seen that current medical operations for astronauts on the ISS are very Earth-centric, very reliant on real-time medical support from the ground-based experts. And the missions are relatively short, 6 months. Now let's think about Mars. We're thinking about 20 minutes delay one way. We're thinking about, it's impossible to have these emergency evacuations. Impossible or very limited resupply missions will be possible. So, the space agencies must rethink the entire way we've been running medical operations. We have to have a healthcare approach from very Earth-centric to something that's completely autonomous or almost completely autonomous. And so these challenges give rise to a complete paradigm shift in operational space medicine. Future medical systems for long-duration flights will need to provide end-to-end medical coverage, from crew monitoring to detection and diagnosis of the issues to the management and treatment of the issues. And of course, this will be done with limited space in a harsh environment and with generalist healthcare practitioner skills, as I've mentioned before. And there's currently no solutions for these specific challenges. And this is exactly where the Health Beyond initiative comes in. We're looking at ways to manage this paradigm shift through technology development, more specifically. In other words, Health Beyond wishes to manage the transition from an Earth-centric model of care to an autonomous model of care. And so, of course, as if you've done the exercise that I've asked you to see the parallel, of course, medical autonomy is not a challenge unique to space exploration. So medically isolated populations, including First Nation, Métis, and Inuit communities, experience many of the same health barriers found in space. So some of those are unavailable. Sorry, I'm French speaking. That was a hard word for me this morning. Or limited medical expertise on site, lack of medical equipment and resources, communication delays or unreliable networks, limited access to emergency evacuations. And coming back to the practitioners, we have similar conditions for them. In remote communities, generally we find generalists who are working with limited equipment and space. They're often reliant on specialists that are in urban centers or far away from the region, and patients are often forced to leave their communities for what many in urban centers would consider routine tests and diagnostics. Furthermore, the reliance on medical evacuations in remote communities has contributed to negative health outcomes, of course. So the technological progress leading to end-to-end coverage that is needed for the future of space exploration could potentially have bridged to a certain extent the urban-rural gap in terms of quality care. So in this context, the Canadian Space Agency's Health Beyond initiative is working closely with experts in remote healthcare to identify and develop innovative, relevant, and sustainable health solutions that will benefit not only astronauts, but also medically isolated populations on Earth, including Indigenous communities. Coming back to the question, what can the space sector possibly bring to the table in the context of terrestrial healthcare? And to answer that, the answer to that question is quite simple. It's we have similar problems. We don't have answers to the space problems, and we definitely don't have the answers to terrestrial problems, but we do have similar problems. So the reason I'm here today is to start a conversation. We have so much to learn from remote healthcare on Earth, and we hope that through the Health Beyond initiative, we'll be able to contribute to solutions that will benefit medically isolated communities on Earth. And of course, in this context, we think about health solutions that could be co-developed with Indigenous stakeholders. We want to make sure that we respect the message, nothing for us without us. We want to engage with communities in a meaningful way and explore how we can work together towards tech solutions that mutually benefit remote healthcare and space exploration. So, Health Beyond truly has a unique approach within the Canadian Space Agency. We always think about Earth first. Most projects in the Canadian Space Agency is strictly have strictly space applications in mind. They figure out the space bit, and then they kind of see how they can figure out how to make this beneficial for the terrestrial side of things. Health Beyond, on the other hand, tries to develop technologies with terrestrial stakeholders in order to make the technologies relevant for space exploration and for Earth from the start, from the get-go. So not only does this approach allow our initiative to have a greater impact, hopefully have a greater impact, but the approach is truly the best way to proceed just on the space side for space exploration. I've mentioned that we're looking towards the future, towards the lunar surface, towards Mars, and we're trying to define solutions that will only be used in 15, 20 years. And these technologies, these methodologies are changing at such a great pace, it'd be foolish to start funding and just investing in one specific, space-specific technology and crossing our fingers for 20 years. So the space sector, similarly to the medical sector, is obsessed with risk reduction. Technology that will be brought to space for long-duration missions will need to be mature and reliable. Health Beyond, with its Earth-first approach, is actively trying to inform space exploration by developing technologies that could be assessed and used in the terrestrial context. And we are in the process of building a pipeline to make cutting-edge medical technologies available, accessible in real-life medical operations on Earth. So the Canadian Space Agency is, of course, a space organization. We're good at doing the space stuff. But if we want to do health stuff on Earth efficiently, we have to collaborate. We recognize that we'll never have the solutions alone. So you may ask, what is Health Beyond really working on concretely? So all the initiative's activities fall in these three pillars on my slide. We have vision and mobilization, capacity building, and demonstrations and deployment. I will go over these pillars and give examples of activities that fall into each of these categories. So first of all, we have vision and mobilization. Many different factors or drivers influence and guide Health Beyond's vision development process, including the space medicine needs. So these are being defined by spacefaring nations as we prepare for deep space missions. Another factor is the Canadian space industry's R&D capabilities and academic institutions' R&D capabilities. In order to maintain a strategic approach and build a technology roadmap, Health Beyond considers Canada's strengths and gaps in terms of technology development. Then finally, or thirdly, we have the social economic benefits and terrestrial needs. And this includes a little bit what I've been talking about earlier about identification of synergies between space exploration and remote healthcare on Earth. And we're always trying to find ways to engage with terrestrial stakeholders to best align our objectives. So I'd be really thrilled to talk with any of you guys after this presentation to kind of see how we can align. And finally, this might be less interesting for today's presentation, but we also have to consider the vision of international partners, including NASA and ESA, the European Space Agency. So let's give an example here. A great example is the Advisory Council report that has been delivered June of last year. A set of external experts with very diverse backgrounds and led by former astronaut Bob Thirsk developed a series of recommendations regarding the role of Canada in the future of space medicine. And the Advisory Council members included Dr. Valerie Gideon, Associate Deputy Minister of Indigenous Services Canada, and Gail Turner, former Director of Health Services of the Nunavut government in Northern Labrador. So the vision of this report is extremely bold. By 2030, we want Canada to become the regarded leader of healthcare delivery in space and to underserved populations on Earth. The report clearly states that CSA cannot pursue remote and deep space healthcare on its own, but must form an alliance with like-minded organizations and stakeholders. And this report has really helped Health Beyond consolidate its unconventional Earth-first approach within the agency. So the feedback from the Canadian agency was overwhelmingly positive, and the impact has been quite impressive. After this report, the Canadian Space Agency elevated deep space healthcare as a strategic priority, as I mentioned earlier. However, we were hoping for a stronger reaction maybe from terrestrial stakeholders. So if you're interested in reading this report, please look it up. It's beautifully illustrated. If you like pictures like me while you're reading, it's beautifully illustrated. And it's available online. So I'd love to hear your thoughts. So please send me an email if you've read it and if you have feedback. So the vision mobilization pillar, coming back to the pillar, also includes all engagement activities, such as our annual Health Beyond Summit. That's coming up very shortly. So this summit is an opportunity for CSA to kind of do what I'm doing today, kind of give an overview of what Health Beyond has been up to and talk more about the strategic vision of how terrestrial and deep space healthcare challenges are being and will be tackled. Members of research communities, industry, government, healthcare, academia, and as well as remote and indigenous health stakeholders are invited to actively participate to interdisciplinary discussions, present their work and perspective, and learn more about healthcare opportunities that exist in space and on Earth. So this year's summit is the 4th CSA annual space health event, and it will take place very shortly. So from November 29th to December 1st. The summit is completely free and entirely virtual. So for more information and to register to this event, please visit the Canadian Space Agency's event webpage or come see me afterwards. It's really hard to find anything on that webpage. So moving on to the next pillar, capacity building. This pillar mainly includes all research and development activities, and this might sound surprising, but the CSA does not develop any technologies in-house. We always collaborate with external companies and organizations to develop technology. Therefore, Health Beyond strives to build, this strong ecosystem for the development of deep space by funding and bringing together Canadian researchers and innovators from the biomedical industry. All of the medical technologies we support and fund are related to medical autonomy. And as you can see on my screen, we're really interested in many different fields, biomedical fields, which include health monitoring, clinical decision support, and maybe on the IT side might be more interesting. We're particularly interested in medical data infrastructures. We would want to develop, of course, or support the development would be a better way to put it, a platform being able to utilize the entirety of the data coming from these different capabilities that's listed on my screen. So we have monitoring data, imaging data, training data. We'd like to have that on the same spot. But however, we're very aware of the lack of interoperability in the health sector that makes navigating through medical data extremely complex. We don't want a bunch of independent devices that do not talk to each other. And the main reason for that is that as a space agency, of course, we're obsessed with risk. And we're thinking about Mars, sending people to Mars for 2.5 years. So we want to prevent any medical conditions we can. And therefore, we need to have predictive tools, predictive models, constantly verifying the medical state of the crew and identifying conditions before it's too late. Automatic clinical decision support can only truly work if we have access to data. And furthermore, we want for this platform to use open international standards to maximize interoperability. As I mentioned before, it's impossible to tell which specific device will be used in 15 years for space travel. So we need a platform flexible enough to adapt over time as the devices that enable these different capabilities change. And interoperability, of course, is also the gateway for AI in the health sector. So we want this is a key, interoperability is key for future improvement in medical decision support. So we'll come back to the idea of the platform later on in the presentation. Ooh, that was not good. There it is. Okay. So coming back to the Health Beyond's capacity building pillar, I just want to give a concrete example of what we're doing. So we're funding an activity called the Remote Healthcare Program, co-funded with NRC IRAP. For those who don't know, NRC IRAP stands for Industrial Research Assistance Program for the National Research Council of Canada. And this national organization funds small and medium-sized companies for R&D purposes mainly. So together, CSA and NRC IRAP has put together $3 million to develop medical technologies that have the potential to improve healthcare delivery in remote communities. And the 8 funded projects all fall in the categories on my screen. Finally, we're going to the last pillar of Health Beyond, and maybe the most exciting one, demonstration and deployment. And the objective of the activities that fall within this category are highly focused on leveraging the synergies that I've talked about before between space medicine and terrestrial healthcare. So as Health Beyond funding technologies become more and more mature, we want to evaluate and demonstrate them in relevant settings. So we wish to co-develop this activity with remote health organizations and Indigenous stakeholders in an effort to improve access to care in remote Canada. The pillar is really exciting for us because it's really the first step towards Health Beyond having a real, tangible impact on Earth. And of course, we don't have anything figured out at this point. It's still in the midst of being defined, and we want feedback on this and your guidance because this pillar is all about collaboration. A possible strategy would be to run an initial tech demonstration in using Canadian Space Agency's facilities while engaging with remote communities and Indigenous stakeholders in the process. And the first step would really be to smooth out any technical issues with the technology and focus on engagement and seeing if there's interest from terrestrial stakeholders and getting feedback to improve these prototypes. And then the second step would be, once the technologies are mature enough, we would like to work in collaboration with organizations, healthcare organizations, remote healthcare organizations, to make the demonstration technologies available where needed, of course. I want to underline that these technologies will never be pushed in communities that have not explicitly asked for them. In parallel, and keeping in mind that end goal of contributing to space exploration, we're exploring health technology demonstration opportunities in space analog settings on Earth, on the ISS, and eventually on Gateway. So now that we've seen Health Beyond's 3 pillars, I would like to share with you a short description of an ongoing Health Beyond activity that embodies well the initiative as a whole, and that is the Deep Space Healthcare Challenge. Health Beyond's Earth First approach is extremely apparent in this activity. So the Deep Space Healthcare Challenge, with the Deep Space Healthcare Challenge, we invited innovators from across Canada to develop novel diagnostic and detection solutions that can support frontline health workers in remote communities now and eventually be useful for long-duration missions. I'll now present in greater detail the timeline for the Deep Space Healthcare Challenge. The process is divided into 3 stages. So as you can see on the slide, we're currently in stage 2. So at the end of each stage, only a subset of candidates move on to the next stage. And that's kind of how the challenge works, and we end up with a grand prize winner. So as you can see on the slide, stage 1 was launched in December 2021, and during that phase, all innovators from Canada had the chance to present a concept design of their medical technology. And in March of this year, 20 candidates were then selected by an independent jury, independent from the CSA, based on a number of conditions and criteria, including the technology's relevance for healthcare in remote communities and its capacity to be adapted for spaceflight. A concrete example of a criteria is autonomy. So we have assessed to what degree the solution increases a patient's ability to remain in their own community to receive care, to what extent the solution increases the autonomy of the remote healthcare provider by producing actionable information and not only data, and to what extent the solution is capable of effective operations in situations of low or no connectivity. Of course, these are all things that are relevant for remote communities, but primarily for space as well. So the 20 stage 1 winners each received $30,000, and this leads us to stage 2, the stage we're in right now. It was kicked off in May of this year, and during this stage, we're inviting semifinalists to build or modify a proof of concept of their medical technology. A number of resources are offered to make sure that candidates maximize the relevance of their solutions with regards to remote healthcare, but also maximize the chances of commercial success later on. And I'll come back to these activities in a few minutes. The 5 stage 2 winners will win $350,000. And finally, during stage 3, the 5 finalists will now be asked to build a prototype of their technology. And at the end of the stage, these prototypes will be tested in a demonstration event, and the grand prize winner will win $500,000. Now let's zoom in to one of the activities of stage 2 that's currently going on, and I think it may be interesting in this context. So we've prepared an activity called the Community Advisor Program, and in an effort to maximize the chances that the innovators incorporate the needs of remote healthcare practitioners early on in the development process. Stage 2 is all about proof of concept. It's very early in the technology development process, and the technology can still change. So that was the idea, to have to influence how they're going to develop their technology. So we had to find a way for the semi-finalists who are mostly located in remote or urban centers, to be made aware of the unique constraints and challenges faced by healthcare practitioners. So the Community Advisor Program essentially consists of pairing up these 20 candidates with a healthcare professional with experience, real-life experience in remote communities, and we call them the community advisors. 20 healthcare professionals working with ISC and FNHA have generously agreed to be paired up with a semi-finalist in order to provide this first-hand context of the needs of remote healthcare professionals. And hopefully, this program will ensure that the challenge has the impact that we're aiming for, and that is that the technologies truly become relevant for and useful in remote communities. So to conclude on the subject of deep space, the Deep Space Healthcare Challenge, just a word on how aligned it is with what Health Beyond is trying to do with 3 pillars. So first, the challenge has had the effect of engaging innovators from all across Canada towards a common objective of creating relevant technologies for remote communities. And we've received more than 108 candidates at the beginning of this challenge. So it's really encouraging for us and to see how many people are interested in what we do, and the technology could be useful for remote communities. Of course, then on the second capacity building pillar. The challenge has been an incentive, of course, for companies to invest in R&D activities. And finally, the demonstration of the prototypes in stage 3 is completely aligned with that third pillar here. And we're really excited to see how it's going to develop, how the technologies are going to develop in the last stage. I'd like to ask a question to the group at this point. I've been blabbing on for a really long time. I know it's really brutal this morning. So I'd like to have a little bit of a conversation going. For the next 5-10 minutes, I'd like you all, maybe by table, to start talking about what challenges, with this format, what challenges you think would be relevant in the next year for the Health Beyond initiative to lead? Because we've had a lot of great feedback with this challenge, and so we're envisioning to have maybe 3 more challenges in the next 5 years. We're a small team, we're doing a lot of stuff, but we don't know exactly what challenges to do at this point. This is just an idea. So could we take maybe 5 minutes for every table to try to find a challenge statement that would be relevant in this context that you'd like to see within the Canadian Space Agency. So I'll go back to that problem statement for this challenge, and maybe that could, from that starting point, you could maybe find another problem statement that you'd like to see. So I'll stop talking for now for 5 minutes, and I'll maybe go table by table afterwards to see if there's anything that you suggest. Okay. I know we're running out of time here, so I'd like to just do this round table really quickly. Maybe just by show of hand, who wants to share their ideas? Because maybe you haven't found a challenge idea that you'd like to share with us today. So does any table want to share specifically their challenge idea? First table in the front here. Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry. This was like kind of you work now, and it was, you guys were probably not expecting that.
Hi, thank you. So Kevin and I, we're discussing. We're from a security company, so we were just thinking about security of data, and it seems that there's a challenge statement in there where if you're looking to develop this sort of fully autonomous capability when it comes to medicine, then there's a really severe dependence on the integrity of that data. So if the integrity of that data is compromised, then if you are in that kind of isolated or an autonomous mode, it could have a huge impact and perhaps catastrophic repercussions. So that I think the integrity, data integrity and data security is going to be an important topic when you think about these supporting remote medical capabilities.
Thank you so much. That's a great point. Writing it down. Thank you so much. I think that's a great point. And we don't have within the team, we're always talking to people, always collaborating. We don't have that IT background. I have had one class on IT with my biomedical engineering background. So that's a great point, and I think that we could definitely have a challenge on the security. Yeah, thank you. Anybody else in any other table wants to share? Oh, in front here, yeah. And then in the back. So up front here, yeah.
So one of the things we were discussing is when you have 1 or 2 people that are trying to fill the roles of multiple medical professionals. So how do you find tools that support those clinical decisions and provide a framework and a way of prioritizing and doing that all from within a space with no connectivity?
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Great challenge statement. Now in the back here.
Yeah, so one of the biggest challenges in Manitoba with First Nations housing is the prevalence of black mold, and it's due to the high density population of housing units combined with the isolation during winter months. It seems to be a lot of analog there between that and the space agency, whether it's the space station or a spacecraft. A lot of people in a small confined space, the need for air quality purification, something like that maybe.
Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you so much. Anybody else? I'm having great ideas here. Oh, we've got two in the back here. I'm looking forward to go back to the agency. Yeah, I figure out all the challenges that we're gonna do for the next 5 years.
Just quickly to wrap up some of the comments. If this program is going to reach more communities, we think that it needs to be, how would you say, communicated better, or having the support to communicate it better to First Nations, to describe the benefit. What does it mean for them? Because at the end, we don't want this project to end, right? We want it to continue to, innovate or go somewhere, right?
Exactly.
So it's all about explaining the benefit to communities so that you engage them.
Yep.
So let's explain the benefit. The second thing is telemedicine is working in First Nations. There's good examples across Canada. More innovation is needed to support that, like simple blood test machines or diabetes prevention, all that stuff. It's happening in Quebec, some of it, but not everywhere. So a lot more innovation has to happen there.
Okay.
And coming from the education background, why not put this program in our schools or at science fairs, having more presence from your agency to get the young people to think in this way?
Yes, yeah.
As
Absolutely.
the thinkers and the dreamers, right? So.
Yeah. That's all excellent points, and that's all things that we're really excited about, and thanks for that feedback. That's like the next steps that we want to have, and we're fighting really hard within the agency. Government is great, but it's very restrictive. So we have all these great ideas, and thank you for that feedback. We want to prioritize, and I think that that's a great point, having like that message out there, especially for younger folks. I think it's a really good step. And we don't have the visibility that we want to have. I don't think if any of you had heard maybe of Health Beyond before now, and maybe not even thought of health in space before now, which is ridiculous. Maybe not even heard about CSA as a whole before now. So thank you for those great comments.
Yes. I had the idea about going back to the basics. The challenge would be to try to decrease the completion time. You said it's 40 minutes to Mars, but how to try and get to lower that speed, lower the time there. I think that would be like all of our technologies revolve around communication. And of course, we have faster, more communication and another idea we had here at the table was kind of like the science fiction stuff. And so it would be AI monitoring or diagnosis that could really solve a lot of issues, or maybe even beneficial to healthcare practitioners in resolving or even helping diagnose different sets of things that happen.
Absolutely, thank you so much. That's a great comment.
Check. Okay, good. We're on. Yeah, to bounce off that first point that you made, we were chatting about the communication issues and in how you said, there's that 40-minute round trip. And we need to use a technology that would be faster than the current method, because 40 minutes is just not acceptable for any kind of, basically anything more than driving a rover, right? And if you're thinking about healthcare, that delay is just too much. And even on Earth, the challenges with latency for operations where the doctor's in one country and there's a robotic arm on the other side, like that latency is just not something that will work. So thinking about, hitting up against that light speed barrier where, how can we use communications to, to hit that light speed barrier? Is there anything beyond that? Can we go faster than light? Well, now we're talking science fiction, but who knows? But pushing that to go faster, trying to eliminate the issues with loss and yeah, so all those kinds of communication things we were chatting about, and then also the issues with the satellites currently and how when you go farther out, there's those latency issues that we encounter, but there's a large spread. There's a large coverage area that you can have. If you go closer in a near Earth orbit or even with planes, then you've got a smaller coverage area but faster latency. So lots of different things to consider.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Anybody else? Anybody? And if there's an idea that pops up after this presentation, it happens to me often. 5 minutes after it's the time to speak, I kind of get this brilliant idea. So please come see me afterwards. Thank you all for these great ideas. So where was I at? Yes. Okay. This is something maybe that's even more interesting. I'm trying to keep the best for last, so bear with me here. Almost done. So I've talked a lot about Health Beyond and how it wants to create collaboration activities or opportunities. Of course, that's a great point. We have to make sure that we're more visible to make that happen. But we also want to have a starting point. It's hard to create momentum when we don't have anything specific to collaborate on. And we thought long and hard about this. And we have a terrific vision, at least I think so. And now it'd be interesting to have a starting point and to have something to kind of focus the inputs of our stakeholders. And if you hear one thing today, please hear this. The Canadian Space Agency does not have the answers. We don't have the answers. We can't write requirements for something that will solve everybody's problems, right? And we don't feel that way at all. But we have put up some very general requirements for something called the Connected Care Medical Module. And it's a starting point, of course. This is truly something that we're calling a flexible framework. We're not bringing specific technology to market, something that we think will magically solve everything. But we're trying to develop a methodology that we can all feed into and on an iterative basis. So we're trying to concretely, we're trying to develop an integrated system of state-of-the-art medical technologies contained in a deployable unit. So we have the idea of a shipping container just for R&D purposes because it's cheap and it's easy to send across Canada. But of course, when preparing for space missions and deployment in remote communities, potentially with collaborators, this module will be scaled down, scaled up, and the shipping container is definitely not the final form. We want this to be a flexible framework to leverage and rally the expertise and experience of terrestrial stakeholders. And we want continuous guidance and feedback from the developers, from the users, to inform the future of the C2M2 prototyping. Connected Care Medical Module, C2M2, same thing. And it will allow national organizations to maybe try to redefine healthcare, hopefully in the most innovative way possible. So terrestrial applications will be the focus for at least the first several years of the C2M2 development, with adaptation for space application potentially occurring a decade from now. One of the novel features of the C2M2 is its core computer-based system that facilitates the interconnection between devices and also facilitates incorporation of the latest medical technology. This comes back to the platform I was talking about earlier. I'd love to have your take on this from an IT side. In the case of terrestrial application, the plug-and-play architecture that we're aiming for would enable multiple configurations of this Connected Care Medical Module to really fit the end user's needs. So we envision funding multiple developers on an annual basis to maintain competitiveness and maximize innovation throughout the rapid prototyping scheme. So this fall, we have opened a request for proposal for the first iteration of the C2M2s. The idea of this first iteration was kind of see where is the industry at? What are we starting from? So we're really over the moon, pun intended, to announce that we've invested $10 million in the first versions of the C2M2. We're going to fund up to 5 companies, organizations, to build what they can, in a C container, considering all the needs, the requirements that we've set. And the RFP is actually open and closing today. It's actually closing today. It's been open for a while now. It's closing today, so unfortunately, I won't be able to answer any questions specific to this activity. But it's closing like in an hour. So like during lunchtime, we can talk about it. Right now, we can't talk about it, which is ridiculous. But I want to make sure that nobody. I want to follow the rules, right? I don't want to get in trouble. So again, if you have any questions, I can go in the amount of detail that you want during lunchtime. But now let's talk about the future. And the C2M2 initiative is not about technology as much as it is about a methodology to kind of focus the inputs of stakeholders. And on the short term, we'd like to create a Health Beyond Governing Council, we'll call it. And it'd be an opportunity for everybody to kind of start giving feedback about where we want this to go. I say everyone. We want to, of course, to have the relevant stakeholders to kind of guide us in the process. We'd also like to gather experts from different fields to join forces and set up working groups on specific topics. So if this is something you're interested in, please come see me after this presentation. And I'm thinking that with this, all your expertise about IT, we could create an IT focus group and kind of leverage your knowledge. Then Health Beyond, the Health Beyond Governing Council will, of course, only be a first step. And thank you, Tim, for bringing that up, that we want something that always evolves. We want this to become a pan-Canadian organization for remote health. And we can contribute to that with the space aspect, but it wouldn't be led by CSA. We want this to become something for terrestrial stakeholders to lead, and we can maybe inform on the space side. So I hope you've enjoyed this presentation. That's all I have for you today. If you want to learn more about Health Beyond, we have a website, and you can send an email to the address that's on my screen at the bottom there. It might be kind of small for people at the back, so please come see me, and we can also talk about this. I'm here today, I'm here tomorrow. And I don't know if we have a few minutes left, but for questions, but I'd love to hear your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tristan. I have a friend who lives in Whitehorse, Yukon, and he worked on the Canadian arm as a coder. I'm really interested in science fiction and space. I'm really happy to see that the Canadian Space Agency is thinking about not only what's happening with medical advances in space, but how that can affect and how they can help improve services in remote communities as a result. So Tristan has his biomedical engineering. They're looking at health beyond and deep space exploration, specifically space medicine and remote healthcare. We talked about the effects of space, effects of microgravity and radiation, how they have to look at a health maintenance system. They're limited by onboard medical tools and no advanced medical, like not all astronauts have that. They also talked about data download connectivity and how there is a 20-minute delay one way to Mars. They have limited resupply. They said it was the data transfer is 2.6 seconds to the moon. I looked on the website quickly, and they talk about an Indigenous way of knowing and being at the Canadian Space Agency, and they were talking about the moon. You know, in many cultures across Canada, we have a connection with Mother Earth and also with the moon. So I found that really good that they're working on Indigenous connectivity. They also talked about, Tristan also talked about end-to-end medical care of astronauts, about technology and medical autonomy. It made me think about different organizations like Doctors Without Borders, you know, might be a really interesting person or people group for the Canadian Space Agency to connect with. And it's about creating a bridge between the rural and urban divide. So looking again at the similarities between terrestrial and space exploration and the healthcare field, I really appreciated how Tristan said, nothing for us without us. In so many Indigenous communities, that touches on our need for sovereignty over our own nations. I also watched a documentary specifically about NASA, and they actually have more satellites pointing terrestrially towards Earth, taking data, than they do pointed out towards space. And I also wanted to just acknowledge Nicole Mann, who was the first Native American woman in space this month, and she took a Dreamcatcher with her to space when she went. I thought about John Harrington, who was also a First Nations astronaut, and I don't know who's involved as an Indigenous person in the Canadian health industry, in the Canadian Space Agency. The Health Beyond Summit is happening November 29th to December 1st from 10 to 4 Eastern. It's virtual and it's free, and they're also looking at the Deep Space Health Challenge. And looking forward to the future, there's an RFP closing in an hour for the C2M2 Connected Care Medical Module, and it looks like they're trying to deliver services in smaller little modules like CCAMs.
I'm going to try talking. Can you actually hear me? Just want to make sure this piece is working.
Thank you. So up next, I know they can't hear us, so apologies for the interruptions, but up next we do have HP, and we have Francis Edmonds, who will be speaking about the circular economy and IT. After that, we'll take a short 10-minute break and then move into ZScaler. So Francis Edmonds manages HP's industry, leading social impact programs, and as a part of her passion for sustainability education, she sits on the board of Learning for a Sustainable Future, as well as mentoring many young and mature students and sustainability professionals alike. She is recognized as one of Canada's top sustainability professionals, having received 2 Clean 50 awards, and has led HP to become the most sustainable technology company in Canada. As seen on the stages, including TEDx, Francis is both a guest lecturer and a speaker on a wide range of topics, including the circular economy. Thank you.
Hello there. I'm hoping everybody can hear me, and Pamela is just going to let me know that before I'm going to jump on and share my screen. Apologies for the technical issues we've been having today. I'm not going to put this in full screen mode, so hopefully you guys can see this very well. First of all, I want to thank you all for listening in to some stories about the circular economy, and if you don't know what that is, that's okay, because you're going to know by the end of today's session. So we're going to focus in on the circular economy and IT, because obviously we have an IT audience, but let me jump in and start with my own personal land acknowledgement. I'm calling in today from Mississauga, and this is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, the Wendat peoples, and of course to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people today. What I particularly like about this land acknowledgement is, of course, that we can talk about the dish with one spoon agreement and how, excuse me, this was made to peaceably share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. And what I'm going to be talking to you about today is about how we care for our planet. And of course, HP Canada has made some commitments to promoting truth and reconciliation, and I am personally committing to learning and understanding about the histories, even as an immigrant myself, of the Indigenous peoples in Canada, and acting on the many opportunities for reconciliation. So why is HP here talking to you today? So I'm going to tell you that we are Canada's most sustainable technology company, and I would never say something like a big bold statement like that without backing it up, and there's lots of proof points here. I will make sure that you guys have the slides, so I don't need to go through this in detail, but I always back up any big claims that I make with some statements like this. And perhaps a couple that I will pick out on is that the land that I'm sitting on today at our head office actually has an award for the ecological landscaping that we do here, along with being listed as one of the top 100 most sustainable corporations worldwide. So enough about that. Let's jump into the circular economy. So I'd like you to think about the last technology purchase you made, and then think about the criteria that you can see on this bus shelter, and think about how many of these you applied to the purchasing that you did, whether it's at home or for business. And I'm going to ask you the question of, I'm going to guess most people didn't apply any of these criteria. And the question comes, if we are buying things that don't meet these criteria, how do we get products that don't meet these criteria taken off the market? It says removed from production. How do bad products get removed from production? And in a capitalist economy, the only way that happens is when people stop buying them. So I'm going to end up today by teaching you how to do some better buying, but really this is what we're focused on, is improving the technology that we're buying and using today. So I'm going to cover why the circular economy is necessary, look at the business models in circularity, how I'm going to use HP as an example because we're on a journey to become more circular, and we're also going to touch on why services are a key component of the circular economy and what you can do about it. So hopefully you all know there is a climate conference going on in Egypt right now. There are some pretty scary numbers being pumped about. And as you may recall, last year and many years before these climate conferences, bold ambitions were set, and politicians and the world were happy to say, we've got a Paris Agreement, we're now making pledges to that. However, we're very off track. And this is a headline from a few years ago now, 2020, where world consumption of materials hit a record 100 billion tons of materials that we were digging out of the ground. And that, of course, is increasing. And anybody knows that in a finite planet, you can't keep doing that. But what impact does having this 100 billion tons of material out of the ground actually have? And there's a couple of key stats here. One is that the digging materials out of the ground and the farming that we do is creating 50% of the greenhouse gas emissions. Those are the ones that cause the climate catastrophe, and I'm going to use that word very carefully, and 80% of species loss. And you might not care about species loss until you realize that our livelihoods depend on it. And most of the presentations I do today in Canada, I think about the headline earlier this year that Canadian farmers didn't have enough bees to pollinate their crops. So climate change, climate catastrophe is happening today in Canada. This is not some far-flung thing that's going to happen at the turn of the century. It's happening today. The other piece is that, if everybody on the planet lived like Canadians, we'd need 4.75 planets to support them, and obviously we don't have that. So the way we run our economy today is we dig stuff out of the ground, we make something with it, and you can see in this example a plastic bottle. We use it, and a plastic bottle might not be for very long, could be milliseconds for a plastic stir stick, and then we throw it back in a hole in the ground called a landfill, if we're lucky. And you can see here, this is pictures of bottles ending up on oceans. And this is not the way nature runs. And yet Canadians think that we're doing a better job because we do a lot of recycling in Canada. But globally, we're just 8.6% circular. And I'm going to show you some data. I sat on a federal government expert panel And here were the results of this, showing that Canada is just, after 30 plus years of recycling, still only 6.1% circular. Taking those materials that are going into landfills or into waterways or as litter and putting them back into production, only 6% is really happening. If we don't change things, we're going to end up with a 40% increase in emissions and waste and resource use. So, simply put, we need to be doing something different. And there's many things that need to be done. Changing our thinking, the product design is important, but we need to collaborate and we need to definitely reverse cycle. So there are 5 business models of circularity. The first one is when we think about making something, we should be doing it with as least impactful materials as possible. So you can buy a laptop from HP, the world's first notebook made with ocean-bound plastics. And why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't you want more of that? Because those plastics are being made in Montreal and being brought from Haiti, where they're creating good jobs. The next thing is to be able to offer your products as a service, and then make sure those products have a long life and share them as much as possible. You'd think of an example of Uber or Airbnb, and only then do we get to the resource recovery piece. So we want to build products with renewable things. We want to offer them as a service. We want to have those products last as long as possible. We want to share them, make the most use out of them that we can, and only then do we think about capturing the resources and recycling and putting them back into new products. So HP has a goal of 75% product and packaging circularity by 2030. That's a very aggressive goal. And here are the strategies that we're going to use. So obviously designing out waste and use materials responsibly, keep materials and products in use, regenerate natural systems and create this low carbon future. And here are some examples of the things that we're doing. So I already mentioned the HP Dragonfly, world first notebook made with ocean-bound plastics. The Instant Ink service that we offer for home printing has over 10 million subscribers worldwide. It's a very popular service. Regenerating natural systems, last year we donated $80 million, the largest single donation ever to WWF to work on forest conservation. And today you can buy carbon neutral and about to be offered carbon neutral device, PC as a service as well. So we're working hard on this stuff. Our strategy in a nutshell looks at producing products that can be maintained and upgraded, offering them as a service, making sure we do reuse and refurbishment, and materials recovery and reuse. Now let me give you an example here. The cheapest way to build a laptop or notebook computer is to take the 1,000+ components and simply glue them into the shell. That is a very cheap way to build a product. However, that makes that product pretty much unrepairable and pretty much unrecyclable, or at least a lot harder to recycle. If you want to make a repairable and upgradable laptop, you have to buy the screws and pay somebody to screw those components in. If we buy only based on lowest price, we encourage the production of non-repairable products. So that's where procurement comes in. All of this, from HP's perspective, is actually facilitated by our 3D printing operations. And I want to give you an example here to really make you think about this. So on the left-hand side here, you can see we have a traditional aluminum part for one of our wide format printers. And you would make this piece by taking a block of aluminum and scraping away the bits you don't want and drilling holes in it. If you change that design to a 3D plastic printed part here, you eliminate a lot of the material, you get a 93% weight reduction, a 95% carbon reduction, and a 50% cost reduction. So this is a pretty important part of dematerializing our economy. Now look around you today and think about all of the things that could be replaced with a 3D printed design. And then think about at home, you probably have an electrical device somewhere in your house that is missing a knob or a small plastic part. Imagine if you could go down to your local home hardware and order that part from the cloud to be pulled down and printed in a 3D printer in your local home hardware. Think how cool that would be. So 3D print is shortening supply chains, it's enabling repair and remanufacture, and it's enabling footprint reduction. So a very powerful tool in our journey on to the circular economy. This is an interesting statistic because it's not intuitive, but as you can see, 80% of the impact in making a laptop is actually in manufacturing it. We've done a really good job in the tech industry of making our products energy efficient, so the use phase is a very small part of it. So it's pretty important to start thinking about these embedded carbons in the products that we buy. And if you can just make them last a bit longer, you will decrease the carbon footprint. And here we've got an example of 2 years if you decrease it by 30%. Okay, Francis, show me the money. Show me how this actually works. So one of the things that we did was we looked at when you buy the same product as a service versus buying it and owning it, is there a difference? And we use this tool called life cycle assessment, which is the best tool we have to compare one situation against another. And this, you can go and have a look at this white paper yourself. This was surprising even to us. And mainly it's because typically when customers buy and own a product, they don't really pay much attention to what they're going to do with it when it reaches the end of its first life. And if it's on as a service contract, it will come back to the manufacturer and we can give it a second or even third life. That's one of the biggest impacts. But there are others from simply changing the way you buy. And many of you are probably familiar with managed print services, but less Canadian customers buy PC as a service. But this is the way of the future to try and really implement the circular economy. I mentioned Instant Ink, and this, if you don't know about this, this is where customer would buy the printer and then sign on to a subscription for ink refill. The printer automatically orders it, no more running out on Sunday night when the kids' school projects are due. So you never run out of ink again, but it also has a lower footprint and it's much more convenient for customers and they save money too. So this is a really good example of where a service meets everybody's needs. And you may or may not know, but HP has been recycling cartridges for 30 years. And one of the things we started to do was look at, could we take the plastics out of those cartridges and put them back into cartridges? That's called closed loop recycling. And so we searched globally for some expertise in plastics recycling, and we ended up in Montreal, of all places. And we worked very hard with the recycling vendor there, and we now have been able to make plastics circular. And we didn't get enough cartridges back, so we've been using other plastics from other recycled sources, and today we use 1 million used drinking water bottles a day in this process, and it has a 30% lower carbon footprint. So my question to you is, if HP can do this with Canadian know-how and expertise, why aren't more companies doing this? And I apologize because we can't do an interactive session here, but when I get to the end, hopefully you guys will have some questions and some thoughts on that. So we started with cartridges and we've moved putting recycled plastic into so many other products, and including ocean-bound plastics, which, as I said, are coming from Haiti. And it just keeps coming. So I mentioned carbon neutral managed print services, and today we are just about to start offering carbon neutral device as a service, or PC as a service too. And many organizations are starting to look at their carbon footprints and wanting to get a handle on it. Today, as an IT person, you can actually buy these services as carbon neutral and not increase your organization's carbon footprint. When you think about repair and reuse for products, there are a number of things that have to go with that. You can't just say we're going to design a repairable product. You actually have to have tools and resources for customers to do repair and reuse. So this is just a smattering of some of the things that HP's been working on to facilitate repair and reuse. And I always like to put this one in as I sort of get to the end of the piece on the circular economy is, you know, this is what the circular economy is not complicated. It's what our grandparents did. They bought fewer things. They bought things that were made to last. And when they didn't when they broke down, they fixed them, and when they finally got to end of life, they would make sure that all those parts were reused or whatever. But here we can design, and this is an HP large format press, a printing press basically. We have a goal to take back everything that we sell, and this is too big to take back. So we have designed it to be totally field upgradable. And this is a very foreign concept in today's economy, that you can build something that isn't going to break down and need an end of life. So I'm going to ask you to think about your procurement practices and practice circular or sustainable procurement. And I'm going to ask you to tweak the way that you think about the value that you're getting. We still want the best value, but we also want to consider the sustainability of the services and the goods that you're buying and the performance of the suppliers. It's no good to just have one hero product from a supplier. We're trying to move a market here. The planet doesn't care who's emitting the carbon or where the species losses are happening. They impact us all. So we need suppliers to be stepping up and doing more. And then we need to align our buying with our own organization's goals and purpose. And if I gave you an example, more than 32 million Canadians live in municipalities that have declared a climate emergency. If you looked at most of their RFPs coming out of those municipalities, they won't mention the word climate at all. But if it really is a climate emergency and we're facing a climate catastrophe, wouldn't we want to be including some of those things? And you're probably thinking, well, Francis, excuse me, that's a good idea, but that's kind of hard to do, isn't it? Excuse me. So I've written a guide to help you do it. And then we also wanted to look at what does it take to help organizations move from not much or nothing to something. And so we ran a pilot for 18 months with Green Economy Canada, a wonderful nonprofit. And you can have a look at this. We learned quite a bit from it, and we developed some tools as a result of it. So we have learned that there are 4 things that are needed to be in place to help sustainable procurement become a reality and to stick. And the first one is that we need some executive level commitment because this is a bit of heavy lifting that needs to be done. It's fairly straightforward, but it needs organizational alignment. We need to help procurement with some SMART goals. If we're still measuring them like they're in the 1920s and they're just measured on how much money they save today, we will never get to more sustainable procurement. And we need to give them some resources to get it done, and then somebody has to be responsible for making sure it gets done. I'm going to give you an example here of transparency in technology industry. This is voluntary reporting that is independently verified by this organization called CDP. And I'm not showing you this to brag about HP. What I'm showing you is that, simply put, you cannot be sustainable if you're not transparent. And so increasingly technology is going to be needed to help other lines of business become more transparent, to track those data points that are needed to be done. But we need our vendors to step up and really be transparent. And how is it that we have printing companies who are not disclosing their impact on forests? Shame on them. So I would encourage you to start really asking your vendors to step up to the mark and perform well on this. So I'm going to ask you to think about your procurements and require all of your vendors to have measured, disclosed, and set targets to reduce their carbon emissions. We have less than 70 Canadian companies that have set a science-based target for carbon reduction in the decade of climate action. It's no longer okay. We need everybody to be stepping up and doing it. As I pointed out, buying whatever you can as a service is a key component of the circular economy. And I'd ask you to get your vendors to start disclosing the percentage of post-consumer plastics, the recycled plastics that are in the goods and the packaging that you're buying. And why not expect your vendors to be investing in Indigenous people's support? What can businesses in Canada do to step up and support truth and reconciliation? Why aren't we asking them to do more of that? Yes, we have many organizations that do set-asides for Indigenous-owned businesses, but that lets the rest of the suppliers off the hook. Push them on what can they do, how can they help, what are they doing, have they made any commitments? And then, I imagine to start off with, it's going to be pretty hard to get scoring around these things, but signal that you intend to give scoring to them. Most sustainability scores, if there are any in RFPs, particularly, I'll give you a quote from one government one that we responded to recently, 15 points out of 500. That's not enough to get the business world to move. So you need to give it significant scoring. So I'm going to stop here and encourage you to think about purchasing the circular future we want. We have the opportunity to leverage the tools and resources. I can make sure you get some of the tools and resources that I've mentioned here. And of course, I will provide the slides. And I'm going to stop sharing so that I can actually see if there are any questions come in. Thank you very much for your time today. And I do hope we have some questions.
Thank you so much.
I know we have to put the questions into the chat, so it might take a few minutes, so I will sit patiently.
Thank you, Francis, because I was about to say the same thing. If you have any questions, please let Pamela or Patrick know, and they'll put it in the chat. While we're waiting, I just wanted to say that I found her presentation about the circular economy very interesting, because it seems like it's really in line.
I'm just going to type in here and see if we have any questions.
It's really in line with Indigenous ways of knowing and being, right? This idea of this notion of like take only what you need, waste not, want not. And with some of the manufacturers that I've been working with since 2007, when you buy things, like
I see a question coming in. This is good.
There is a question. That's perfect. I wanted to just quickly say that COP27 is happening right now. I know there's people from Yukon that are there, particularly because in Old Crow,
not at the moment. Okay.
In Yukon.
Well, hopefully people will need to let some of this sink in. It is a lot of information to throw at people. The circular economy is a huge opportunity for us to shift to a future that we really want. It's not impossible to implement, and it's certainly a good opportunity that we can all participate in, whether it's at home or in the workplace. We're currently running a pilot with the Canadian Business for Social Responsibility, where we're helping sustainability professionals learn about sustainable or circular procurement. And we also have a CIO panel coming up with the CIO Association of Canada, who did poll their members and realized that for the CIO Association's members, their top priority was sustainability. So we're running a CEO panel to talk about the role of CIOs in implementing sustainability. And I will send that along to the conference organizers so you guys can have a look at that and maybe invite your own CIOs to attend this. A CEO panel and then some training and a little more detail on the stuff that I presented today. Okay, if I'm not hearing any questions, thank you very much, and hopefully the conference organizer will let you know where to find me, and I will send this information. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Yeah, so just quickly about that talk, I just wanted to mention that Indigenous communities and Indigenous lands around the world comprise 80% of the world's ecodiversity. And many Indigenous nations are so closely tied to the land, and what we're seeing happen to the Yukon River in my area right now is that we've seen like a complete collapse of the salmon, right? Different Indigenous peoples across the world are connected to specific food sources. So we have people connected in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, connected to the caribou. They're the people of the caribou. We have people connected to the salmon. We have such a rich culture and identity as Indigenous people, but as the world changes, a lot of people look at Canada and they say, oh, well, we only comprise 2% of the global emissions, and then you look at Indigenous people, they're only 2% of that 2%. We only comprise 2% of the population across Canada, but I think a lot of Indigenous belief systems revolve around the circular economy. And like I said, I'm just happy to see manufacturers take an active role in trying to make packaging and their products more friendly to the environment. Because I know that tech, we have a lot of hydrocarbons and plastic, and sometimes I struggle with this balance between like my career and some of my own personal values around the land. So thank you very much to Frances Edmonds for her presentation, and I would like us to just take a quick 10-minute break before we move into ZScaler. So thank you so much everyone for being here this morning. We'll take 10 minutes and we'll come back at 11:05. So John Tewfik is the sales engineer for ZScaler. ZScaler is a cybersecurity company, and they described to me about how they kind of put a man in the middle outside of a traditional VPN. I said, is it hardware? And they said, no. So I'm really looking forward to seeing your presentation and ways that you're innovating the cybersecurity space. Thank you so much, John.
Thank you, Cherish, for that introduction. I'd like to begin by thanking the organizers and having us here at the NIITA conference. I'd also like to do a land acknowledgement of having the opportunity to present to you on the traditional territories of the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam nations. So, as Cherish mentioned, my name is John. I'm a sales engineer with ZScaler. I'm located in Kelowna, British Columbia, and I support the public sector as well as the West Coast. And I wanted to talk today about user experience and security, which has kind of been in conflict, and it's a difficult balance to strike when you're talking about application access and you're talking about trying to deliver that application access securely to end users, but also have it be very performant and ensure that users have a good experience. And so this balance has been one that has been going on for a long time. And I would say a few years ago, it reminds me of working with a large enterprise who made a very specific statement about always willing to trade security and security posture for end user experience. They would always sacrifice the end user experience in favor of security, which makes sense. You would want to make sure that what you're delivering is highly secure and that your users are protected. And my background is in network performance and telecommunications, and I worked for a small company that really focused on understanding what network performance looks like across the internet, across private networks. And I would encounter ZScaler in transformation projects. We would find them as we were talking to enterprises and customers, as they would be involved in delivering network transformation. And I worked with a small company for very many years. You know the punchline. I obviously came over to ZScaler. But I had watched them for many years with interest in terms of how they were delivering applications to users and how they were doing it securely. And I was very excited about the technology, so I actually just joined this year, and I'm glad to be here. So I was telling this story about this enterprise that was always willing to make this trade between performance and security. And I think that was sort of the status quo up until a few years ago. And when we were kind of hit with the changes of the pandemic, that balance, I think, really started to change, because that pandemic event globally drove very rapid transformation. So there was very rapid adoption of collaboration platforms. We saw this amazing spike in adopting platforms like Microsoft Teams, as many IT professionals are here are probably aware, and O365, and online and SaaS and cloud platforms. And so there was this new balance that was being struck between end user experience and security, because to be able to deliver these effectively to anywhere, you had to start making some trades. You couldn't necessarily backhaul all of your collaboration software, backhaul through the VPN or backhaul it through a centralized security stack. There was a huge crush on that VPN kind of concentrator scenario. And so now the balance was shifting. We'll say we have to look at end user experience now. We might have to make some trades in terms of security posture, because if we don't, people can't do their jobs. They can't effectively be able to do their jobs if all the ways in which we're delivering these applications have to remain with the infrastructure that we're using today. But now, imagine applications are moved to the cloud, users are accessing applications from anywhere. So this was kind of this new balance that was being struck. And I think now in certainly recent, but I think about the last 12 months for sure, I feel like there's this race to get back to the security posture because of the amount of compromise that's been taking place, the amount of ransomware and phishing attacks, and the surge that we see of cyber attacks that are taking place, specifically against healthcare, specifically against government agency. And so now there's this race to say, well, how do we get back to having the security posture we once had, but also deliver this end user experience that we need to have? So I also wanted to, before getting into ZScaler, take a little bit of opportunity to talk about what Zero Trust is. Probably mostly everybody is familiar with Zero Trust, if for no other reason that it's likely in every single webinar you're invited to: secure access, service edge, Zero Trust, ZTNA. I mean, these are the words that are in the industry that kind of permeate through every type of talk and every type of marketing material. But I wanted to make sure we kind of level set on Zero Trust, because when we think about Zero Trust and Zero Trust network architecture, then we can start to conceptualize, well, how can I deliver this balance between end user experience and security posture? And so the first thing to think about is like, well, what is Zero Trust? And we put it simply here, is that we really want to validate who somebody is, we want to know who they are, we want to know context about that person, where they're coming from, the device they're using, the posture of the device they're using. And we want to make sure that they only access the thing that they're supposed to access. And so this is a identity-driven approach to delivering an application. And of course, over the last however many years, we have a very network-centric mode of thinking of delivering an application. You have a network that has an application on it, and then you put a user on that network so that they can access the application. That's the traditional view. And so we are now thinking from a Zero Trust perspective that I don't want to put a user on a network. I want them to only access the application that they need to access and not have visibility to anything else. So that Zero Trust principle means I'm not going to assume that I can trust somebody because I've put them on my network and they can access the resources they need to access, because that might mean they can also access things they don't need to access. And so that's where some of the Zero Trust principles come into play. Okay, so what are the benefits? I'll just flip through this quickly. I hope you have a chance to look at this, and if there's things that you're interested in, you have a chance to come and talk to Kevin and I after, and we'd be happy to set up further conversations, because we won't certainly tackle it all in today's conversation. But the idea here is that the benefit allows you to have this greater flexibility and greater control over how a user accesses applications. And it also means that you have greater visibility into how applications are being accessed. Because you're using this very strict identity-based and context-based model, it means you know who everyone is as they access an application and when they access it. So you have much enhanced visibility and alerting and understanding of how applications are being used and who's using them. And much more flexibility in terms of when you choose to move those data services or move those applications to other places, change where they live, because you're using an identity-based approach to access, not an infrastructure-based approach to access. And we'll talk a little bit about that when we talk about how ZScaler does it. So just kind of resetting the clock here, what is Zero Trust? I like this simple definition: least privileged access, strict user authentication. So it's this mode of thinking is least privileged access based on identity. Many of you likely already know this, but just to level set a little bit. And the other thing is, Zero Trust can be kind of scary when you think about how much work it might take to get to a Zero Trust network architecture. And the reality is, many organizations don't do it all at once. It's very challenging to do all at once, but instead you kind of create a roadmap to get to Zero Trust, and you usually do it on a use case by use case basis. So what we find on the ground is that customers, enterprises, service providers have a app that they'd like to secure with Zero Trust principles, and they'd like to start that way. They don't want to use their VPN to secure that application because maybe that application is now in the cloud for the first time, and they don't want to backhaul traffic through their main security stack to allow access. So they want to take the Zero Trust approach, perhaps for the first time, for a specific application. And then it kind of unfolds as you build a roadmap to say, okay, well, how am I going to secure all my apps? How am I going to secure access to the internet? How am I going to secure the way in which all devices talk to each other or to the cloud? And then you're kind of on this journey of Zero Trust is kind of the punchline. So I want it not to be intimidating, that really what we find is customers, enterprises, service providers really look at this kind of piece by piece. In fact, that's actually a bit of a best practice. Okay, so I like this picture because it tells a little bit of a story of how Zscaler works. And I'd like to describe that a little bit to you. And so if you leave this conversation with anything, you have a little bit of an understanding of Zero Trust. Maybe you already had it and it was confirmed, or you learned something new. I want you to understand a little bit about how Zscaler does it. I invite you to talk to Kevin and I to learn more. And I want you to see how this would apply to situations that you may find yourselves in now. So I want to take this context and make it meaningful for this group. So the first thing is just with this picture telling a story. We're in the business of connectivity, even though we don't sell satellites or we don't sell fiber or copper or infrastructure. But we are connecting a thing to another thing. Traditionally, you can think about that connecting a user to an application. And we're doing that based on identity. And so this cloud-based architecture is sitting in between your user and the application on the internet. It's sitting between your user and the application, the private application that might be in AWS or in Azure or in a data center. And this fabric that sits in the middle is the enforcement plane, which is ensuring the identity and creating a very specific connection only to that one resource on a transaction by transaction basis. So I like to think of a story here, and I know it's very oversimplistic, but everybody's gotten a phone call that they didn't want. Everybody's been called by somebody and it's been a spam call. Everybody's received spam calls. Everybody's also dialed the wrong number to things and not gotten through to what they wanted. And that is the exact same scenario with applications. Applications work the same way. That unwanted actors attack any attack surface of an application because it has an address, just like a phone number. And your end users go to places they shouldn't, either on purpose or by accident. And that's because there are addresses that can be hijacked and things like phishing emails, those things can occur, right? And it's all based on the fact that these addresses exist and they can be manipulated. What you can think of here with Zscaler, and this is the way I explain it to my parents, is to say we're like a giant switchboard in the cloud. And no numbers are published. You have to first connect to this switchboard and say, I'd like to go to application A. And the switchboard says, well, you have to tell me who you are first. And once I know who you are, then I can look up whether or not you're allowed to talk to application A. And if all those things are true, then I will connect you to application A. But you'll never know where application A lives. You'll never have the address of where application A lives. I'm going to be responsible for brokering a connection between you and that application. And that's really what is occurring in the ZScaler cloud, but for a user to an app, a user to the internet, a thing to another thing, is all kind of in the context of this switchboard in the cloud. And what's going on while that switchboard operator is making the decision based on your identity is that we are providing the cyber threat protection, the data protection of all of those communications in flight. So in the traditional infrastructure world, in your data center, you would have a stack of appliances that do these jobs. You have sandboxing and DNS tunneling and firewalls and CASB services, and you have this technology stack that exists, and you want to route all those communications through the technology stack. The difference here is that that technology stack is in the cloud, and this broker that's sitting in the middle is analyzing all of the traffic, decrypting all the traffic, so we do full SSL decryption, to inspect it and make sure it's safe. Make sure not only the first part where I said this user is who they say they are and they're allowed to talk to this application, but also all the stuff that's happening in that communication has been safe and secure and it's protected. And that's happening with that stack of technology now, but in the cloud. And so one of the challenges that we seek to solve for enterprises and businesses and service providers is that typically that security stack that you're thinking of has to be replicated wherever your applications live. So if you have a stack of firewall, CASB, sandbox, advanced threat protection that you've put in your main office, you may need to replicate that stack if you have applications in the cloud. You may have to replicate that stack in some capacity in the branch. And so the difference by having a cloud-based architecture here is that this policy and this capability follows a user regardless of where they connect from. It's always with them. So we kind of make this analogy, it's like the policy of all this security is like a backpack they put on, and if they're working at home or if they're working in the office or if they're working anywhere, all of those policies are always the same. That experience is always the same. And we already talked about zero trust connectivity, but we're using that zero trust connectivity model of having it be 100% based on identity, not based on infrastructure. And so some of the advantages here is that you may want to bring some higher security controls to pockets of infrastructure that you already manage. But it can be very difficult. It can be very difficult because you may have pockets of infrastructure that are somewhat legacy, areas where applications are that are harder to provide, things like network segmentation. We hear lots about network segmentation projects that are very difficult and costly to implement. And so when we take the full ZTNA approach, Zero Trust Network Architecture approach, it means that we're not as dependent on the existing infrastructure to achieve those security goals. We're dependent on identity, not on infrastructure. So as long as we can validate who a user is and where they're coming from, we can create those controls without the administration of all of this infrastructure to be able to do it. And then just thinking about the user experience part is also the ability to actually see what the user experience really is. Because we're brokering this end-to-end connection, whether it be an end-to-end connection to the internet or to a private application, we can see this full path and we can see what the user experience is of that path. And so this was another really big challenge as that balance between security, posture, and end user experience was shifting, was that enterprises, service providers, businesses were giving up visibility. They had visibility and they lost it when trying to deliver applications from the cloud, deliver it to a work from anywhere type of standpoint. And so we're bringing the visibility back into the picture to say, well, it doesn't really matter where you're users are or what applications they're accessing, we have the visibility to know where that problem is. Maybe it's an ISP problem, maybe it's a cloud provider problem, a data center problem, or even a device problem, something as simple as CPU memory or whatever it may be. So we're bringing that visibility back to places where it had become very challenging. Oops, I skipped that one. Sorry about that. Let me just go back. One thing that I wanted to also address here is that the two kind of core benefits that we think of when delivering this cloud-based infrastructure, this cloud-based approach to connecting users to applications. One is infrastructure, like we talked about, so not needing to replicate infrastructure or up-level infrastructure to maintain some of these security posture controls. But the second is connectivity itself. So having limited connectivity, having just pure mobile connectivity, or even satellite type of connectivity means that we want to reduce the burden on the connectivity that we do have so that we can deliver the best experience. So if you're hairpinning traffic through a VPN and using the overhead of the VPN, that means you're taking up more of that really valuable asset of connectivity, which is fine if you have a fiber connection, but if you're dealing with satellite, for example, one of our customers is Government of Nunavut, and they are 100% satellite, we have to really reduce the amount of overhead and the amount of burden that we're putting on the network. We have to reduce how much hairpinning we're doing of traffic, or you might say tromboning of traffic, where you're sending it out and sending it back in. You want to connect those users as directly to the applications as you can. And the way to do that is through this cloud-based architecture, hand it off to that broker, that switchboard in the cloud, and then connect directly to those internet-bound applications. So you're not bringing it back into the data center. You're not using the VPN overhead to be able to do that. Same thing in really rural situations. Another customer is Farm Credit, where we have very, very rural areas. And again, the idea that you're bringing data back to some central point before letting it egress out to the internet or find these applications that may at one point have been in the data center but now are in the cloud, it's adding this excess burden on very limited connectivity. So we want to think about that and think about ways in which we can limit that, and also think about ways in which we can control how the bandwidth is used. Because you have this coverage of sending everything to this switchboard, this enforcement plane, we also have the ability to do some traffic shaping. We can ensure that business critical applications have the priority and ensure that we're using the bandwidth as responsibly as possible to deliver business critical applications. I already touched on this a little bit, but the idea here is going back to end user experience, having the visibility into whatever that application path is from wherever the user happens to be. So if the user, again, is in office or remote or wherever they may be, you don't have to trade and give up the visibility if they need to access cloud-based applications. Because we're that kind of fabric in the middle, we have access to the full application path, whatever it might be. So we have the ability to report on where performance issues are. And this just comes back to what we talked about with VPN. And the diagram on the left versus the right, where in the traditional VPN context, when you're accessing applications, user may need to be on VPN, they come back into a DMZ that has kind of two challenges with it. One is the infrastructure and connectivity challenge, where we're leveraging that infrastructure again and the continued kind of burden on the infrastructure itself. Also, the connectivity burden, where you're bringing back traffic that perhaps you don't need to if it lives in the cloud. Maybe you have AWS, Azure, GCP, or SaaS-based applications that are being used. And so that is putting burden on the network and infrastructure, also impacting end user experience, of course, and we're not really connecting the user as quickly as we can to that application. So this is, again, where that cloud-based infrastructure really comes into play. And this just comes back to our thinking around what is actually happening when we have a user connecting to an application, either private or public. So this is the SaaS context or internet context, is that regardless of where a user is, we want to defend and protect them against malicious activity. And that's where some of that SSL inspection comes in. We want to make sure that there's no advanced threat, there's no phishing type of capabilities. So by having this switchboard in the middle and the ability to analyze the traffic, we can actually block a lot of these attacks before they happen, right? Because users, you want to educate your users, but it's very difficult for users to stay on top of all of the ways in which information is being stolen, information is being hijacked, and attacks can be occurring as they are just out on the internet at large. So this is just talking about ensuring that they are always secure when accessing the internet, again, from wherever they are. So you had that stack of technology you might have been doing in the branch and might have been trying to replicate at all your locations. But this is taking the approach that says, it doesn't matter where this user is. I mean, I have that agent on my computer, and it doesn't matter if I'm in a hotel or traveling or in the branch or at my home. The experience of those security controls is always the same. I'm always protected against those phishing attacks, advanced threat protection, those types of attacks occurring as I go to the internet, and I'm always able to access those private applications, and there's no VPN. The experience is seamless. It always works the same way. Okay, this is just the same, a little bit more on private access as well, just talking a little bit about how we are doing this differently. So one thing that I just want to talk about with private access is that when we go back to that VPN scenario, you connect a user to your network to have them access an application. The one difference, kind of fundamental difference in how this connectivity is managed from a private application standpoint is that the user creates an outbound tunnel to what we call the Zero Trust Exchange, that cloud broker, and the application creates an outbound tunnel to the Zero Trust Exchange. So that's a bit of a difference. There is no inbound rule. There is no firewall protecting your private applications. You don't need to protect from attack from the outside because you're not advertising that address. You're not advertising that phone number. Instead, there's an outbound connection, secure, obviously a tunnel connection, and then that switchboard brokers the connection in between. So that's kind of the concept of how the VPN replacement is taking place, is that we're having the app talk to the Zero Trust Exchange, we're having the user talk to the Zero Trust Exchange, and then the identity-based access management is the thing that's creating the connection between the two. So there is no concept of having a user on your network. All they have is access to an application. Okay, what I wanted to do is, I think I'm going to wrap here because this is quite a lot of slides. I know everybody's been super patient and there's a lot of slides today, but I'll just pause. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to just spend a couple minutes on questions. And if there are no questions, that's okay, I won't be offended. But I do hope that if you have anything that you want to learn about ZScaler or want to have a follow-up conversation, that you come see Kevin and I'd be happy to facilitate that in the coming days and weeks, and we can go deeper into it. Usually I do a bit of a whiteboard, and I kind of draw out how this works, and we can talk a little bit about your use cases, understand more deeply how this can apply and support your use cases. So thank you very much for the time and attention. I really appreciate it. And again, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer. Okay, I'm not offended, but please come see Kevin and I if you...
So if you have a question, please put up your hands. Thank you so much. And we'll bring the mic to you.
So my name is Ailsa Flynn. I'm with TSAG. Where are the risk points? So you show me where the risk points are on the other technologies, but where are they in this?
So I think the nature of your question is really about, okay, so I'm taking burden off my infrastructure. I'm kind of handing off control, which is really scary. So that might be, part of your question to say, so I'm going to give it all to you guys, and I'm just going to trust you guys to deal with it. One of the kind of core tenets of how we address data governance, and I actually had that kind of point when we were talking about integrity, is that we do not actually process any data to disk. So everything is done in memory at the edge, the way that data is processed. In fact, there is a very specific data design in terms of what information about identity and about access is being handled, and at what part of our application tier it's being handled. So everything is kind of tokenized, information is redacted, no actual information that's in flight is recorded. All of this stuff is processed in memory. And if there are questions about that, which are good questions, deep questions about how data governance works with ZScaler, there are people, thankfully, much smarter than me, who can go into the architecture of how the cloud platform has been built, specifically to address data governance concerns, because that's a big deal. I mean, we work with healthcare organizations, and so we're talking about PII data. We're talking about financial institutions and financial data, so just sensitive information in general. And so we have to have a position on how we're securing that data. So I think that's probably talking to the risks that you're mentioning. I assume, if I'm not, you correct me. But I would say that the number one thing that's kind of scary about it is to say, I'm going to give it all to you guys, what are you guys going to do with it? And so if there is a follow-on conversation to be had, I would invite that. I would want to make sure I address that pretty completely. I did a poor job just there, but we can go deep into how data governance is managed.
So you mentioned that it's zero trust based on identity. Where is the identity pulled from? And I'm assuming that you're going to look back to the organization for, say, Active Directory. And then how is multi-factor authentication going to be enrolled in that? And I guess then the kind of tag to that point is what options are there in communities where there's not cell service, for instance, for MFA?
Right. So multi-part question there. So let me just think about that. So the first thing is you're 100% right. What we do is we integrate with an IDP. So any SAML-based IDP, if you do SAML, that's how identity is managed. And we actually completely hand off to the identity provider. So when you're trying to access an application, you're redirected to your IDP. That authentication is managed there, and then the token is sent back to ZScaler to allow the access. So we are actually not doing the authentication, the IDP is. And if in the context of MFA, anything that the IDP is set up to do, we will rely on. For example, I'm redirected to my Azure account where it texts my phone number, but the same would be true as if you were using Okta or any other Okta Verify or even Authenticator code. Whatever the MFA option that was configured in the IDP would be in play here. Even certificate-based type of authentication would be in play because we'll just rely on whatever the IDP would use for multi-factor. So no limit to saying it has to be like a real-time type of MFA. Okay, well, thank you again. Any other questions, you come find Kevin and me. We're just here at the front table. And any interest in learning more, I'd be happy to set up further sessions to talk to you about it. I'm glad I'm just losing my voice right at the tail end of this. So thank you very much again, and appreciate all your questions and time.
Thank you so much, John, for that very informative presentation. We've seen a lot of changes in the industry. We started on-prem, and now we're virtualizing servers, and now we're in the cloud. A lot of people are still behind VPN. We're starting to learn more about zero trust. Specifically, I just wanted to highlight that ZScaler has over 4,000 employees, and they have $1 billion company. And so part of the things around zero trust are to validate who they are in your network, both the user and the device. Your end users only access what they need. Things are highly identity-driven. And so we see IT getting away from perimeter-based protection and looking at least privilege access to only explicitly authorize resources that they need. And the end goal, ultimately, is just to protect against ransomware and cybersecurity threats. And a big part of that is multi-factor authentication. I talked about it yesterday with IBM about how you can get insurance against cybersecurity threats, but it's very expensive and you need that multi-factor authentication for that to happen. So you should be verifying explicitly and always authenticate. Using least privileged access, limit the user access and use just in time and just enough access. Assume a breach. Minimize your blast radius and segment your access. Verify end-to-end. Never trust, always verify. I was really happy to hear that ZScaler is helping the government of Nunavut. I was actually linked in with the System Administrators Users Group, SOG, within Yukon government when Nunavut was hit. And it was quite shocking. Like if you read about how Nunavut recovered from their ransomware attack, I found an article I'll just read quickly, and we are going to shorten lunch after our next presentation just so we can get back on schedule for 1 o'clock. So the ransomware that choked the government of Nunavut's entire IT environment started on a Saturday morning, the day after Halloween. It was a horror. 800 physical and virtual on-premise servers encrypted, almost all of the 5,500 workstations encrypted. Everything was a net loss, recalled Martin Joy, the government's Director of Information and Communications Technology. Because the government has a central IT department spread over 25 communities, the entire government was frozen, including hospitals, schools, and family services. Worse, the communities were linked by a less than zippy satellite network. After the government of the Far North Territory decided not to negotiate with the attacker, it took what some would call a heroic effort by the 50 IT staff and contractors, plus the help of Microsoft's detection and response team, DART, to help rebuild the network and re-image servers, desktop, and laptop computers. Email was restored to the capital, Nunavut, within 5 days. Applications were moved to the cloud, a feat thought to be almost impossible at the time because of that high latency and low throughput satellite network. We had some significant hurdles that were almost impossible to overcome, Joy recalled in an interview, and the article goes on to say how their team did it. So zero trust is very important, and it's revolutionizing our industry. Up next, we have TryCycle, The Burns Way. And we have John MacBeth presenting. John MacBeth is the very definition of a serial entrepreneur. Over the past 25 years, John has founded several companies that have leveraged technology to improve the lives of literally thousands of people. His latest venture, TryCycle Data Systems, has emerged as a leader in creating applications that create links between real people in real time. The solutions offer unique opportunities for therapists, peer advocates, recovery coaches, and clients to be connected, thereby saving lives, saving time, and saving money. Thank you.
Test. Hi guys, good afternoon everybody, or good morning everybody. Excuse my voice, I've got a little bit of laryngitis here today, but hopefully everybody can hear me. I'm going to shake things up a little bit today because we're not going to be talking about the connectivity per se. I thought that John did a great presentation there. We're going to talk about connection, and that's what we do here at TryCycle Data Systems. First of all, is that, oh, thank you. That was very nice. First of all, I just wanted to thank the organizers. I think this is a fantastic forum. I'm generally speaking with Chief and Counsel, but to actually to deal with the talent that kind of makes everything happen, I think this is a fabulous forum and we got to do more of this. So to the organizers, I think this is a really good idea and a really good use of time. I'm just going to set my watch here. I promise you I'm not going to go over a minute over the 2 hours that they've given me. So we can make sure I'm up against lunch here. Imagine this for a second. Just put yourself in this situation. Your country calls on you. Your country calls you to fight or defend the country, and you answer the call. And you leave your community, you leave your culture, you go overseas. 12,000 Indigenous veterans have done that in the 20th century. 500 never came home. And yet, when these Indigenous veterans who gave up almost everything came home, all they wanted to do is go to the Legion and have a pint, hang out with their buddies, the people that they could trust, the people that they had shared experiences with, the people that they shared a foxhole with, elbow to elbow, shoulder to shoulder, and they were denied. They were denied access. I can't think of too many things that are more tragic than that. So at TryCycle, what we did is we looked at focus. There's only two environments that we serve in Canada. That's veterans and Indigenous. That's it. We're not working with any provincial health systems. We work with Indigenous Services Canada. We're working with Veterans Affairs Canada. And we're trying to make a difference. I'm going to show you this slide twice. This was one of the most profound experiences that I've ever had in my journey in the Indigenous world. After 98 years, since 1924, there has not been a formal, reasonable relationship between the Royal Canadian Legion and Indigenous veterans until October the 21st, 2020, in Saskatoon at the FSIN Culture Days, the Grand Powwow. You'll see here Vice Chief Edward Dutch-Leroy on the far left, Grand Chief David Gamble. We've got Legion President Bruce Julian, and we have Legion Executive Director Stephen Clark signing an MOU. And this MOU is a commitment to work together to serve all veterans, Indigenous, non-Indigenous, and minority. And what we've been able to do, this photo took 5 years to accomplish because there's a lot of mistrust between the organizations. There's been a lot of water under the bridge, and a lot of that water has been pretty choppy. Unlike ZScaler, who's in the business of connectivity, we're in the business of connection. And we spend a tremendous amount of time on trying to work on ways that bring people together. Because as good as technology is, we're still a firm believer that there's a human relationship. There's a human decision-making process that's required. So we use technology, but that technology is designed to actually bring people together in the most efficient way possible. So one of my favorite quotes of all time is this one. I think that in the technology space, we can often kind of get caught up in that idea of it has to be perfect, it has to be, there can't be any holes or areas, that we have to do everything right the first time. And I think that is something that we've got to challenge a little bit. I think that what we've got to start to do is reach out, work with our partners, because time is an issue in a lot of these kind of health and social environments. We're losing people in the Indigenous community at a massive, disproportionate rate to non-Indigenous, to suicide ideation, self-harm, substance use disorder, you name it. And I think that what we've got to start to do is really start to work together in kind of non-traditional environments. So how did we get here? We started in the US, like most good Canadian tech companies, right? We always go down to the States to try to prove it, and we bring it back to Canada, and that's what we did. So our base camp in the US is in Connecticut. We're at the Health and Genome Center at the University of Connecticut in their health center. And we've partnered with some pretty good companies. This is not just all about name dropping. These are the partners that we work with. So we've got engagements with Yale School of Medicine, University of Connecticut, Harvard. We work very closely with the American Psychiatric Association to make sure that we've got the tools that can actually help the people that we're serving. And then we also obviously have some Canadian connections that we bring into that environment as well. We have two products. One is called Tetherol, and the other is called Talking Stick, and I'll explain both of those to you in a couple of shakes here. But the idea is, can we change time? Can we start to look at health in a proactive environment as opposed to a reactive environment? For us, the cost in lives the cost in time, the cost in money is largely because we're always chasing problems. That kind of after the fact, that downstream impact, right? A suicide attempt. What could we do if we could catch that person days or weeks before that manifestation? What could we do at that time? And what we've seen is just a phenomenal impact on caseload management. Because when you actually start to get ahead of your caseload, and you're proactive, and you're engaging people before they have an event, and you're in connection with them, it's amazing how you can keep a person stable, and you can keep them in recovery, because it's that human connection. And COVID did a had a massive impact on our populations just as whole as humans, because we were disconnected from each other. So what we wanted to do is try to find the most pragmatic ways that would work within Indigenous communities that would actually help that population because we have so few resources compared to in the non-Indigenous world. So the very first thing that we did is we sat down and we listened. So we sat down with chief and council, we sat down with the clinic, with the nurses, we sat down with the NAIDAP workers, we listened to everybody. And one of the things that we learned very early on was there was a sense in the community that they were always, that the Indigenous health services were always kind of getting the hand-me-downs, these kind of the off-the-shelf solution that wasn't really designed for that demographic. So that kind of intimacy with a program wasn't there. So we spent an enormous amount of time on language. Language is culture, culture is language. And right now, by the end of this month, every solution that we provide, at least in Saskatchewan, is going to be in the 8 to 9 languages that are in that province. And that's because we have to serve the people in the language of their choice. So we're firm beliefs. And ironically, language is a security, it's a security platform as well. When a person in community in northwestern Saskatchewan is speaking to another person in Dene, the probability that that's somebody in a call center in Toronto, Vancouver, or Winnipeg is very, very low. So language actually becomes a security protocol for us because you're able to speak with somebody in the language of your choice. So on the Indigenous side of things, let me start and talk a little bit about Talking Stick. So Talking Stick is an application that we designed specifically for Indigenous anonymous users. We call them guests. So the guest is a person that is looking for some kind of connection. We originally got funded around vaccine hesitancy, but we found out very, very quickly that there was a lot of other issues that were preempting vaccines. And largely, the data suggested to us that loneliness and disconnection were huge factors when we were looking at mental health related issues. So what we did is we partnered with Indigenous academic institutions. So the Saskatchewan Indigenous Institute of Technology, the First Nations University of Canada, the Saskatchewan Indigenous Cultural Centre. We worked with all of them to get all of our languages together, to get young people to kind of come into the conversation so that we could start talking about what is needed and then ask them to kind of come in and help us with skills development so that we could kind of appeal to the people that needed it the most. Indigenous Services Canada has been fantastic in the support of these initiatives, and we're looking at expanding this into a whole kind of area of different comorbid environments that I'll share with you in a little bit. And I'm going to show you a real quick video of what the Talking Stick and the Tetherall experience is like from both the user and from the clinician or that peer advocate at the end. So what Talking Stick, we first started out with Tetherall. It's a point-to-point high PHI relationship tool. But we found out very early on that there was a lot of people that were hesitant to use it because they didn't necessarily want to use their name. They weren't ready to kind of accept care. It just wasn't the right time for them. So what we did is we worked on building Talking Stick as an anonymous platform. So we now have access to there's 167,000 Indigenous people in Saskatchewan that have free access to this. And all they have to do is they download the app, they choose their language, they're able to pick a community, because if you're living in an urban reservation, you may want to connect back to your home community. So we give them all of those options, and they are able to do it truly anonymously. When the chat ends, and we did it as chat, not as a phone, because we saw that a lot of the generation, the millennials, the Gen Z, Gen X's, they're not picking up the phone. So we had to do it kind of in an Indigenous engagement. But to be able to have that opportunity to choose a peer, to choose somebody that I have perceived trust in, that's what we were able to kind of create here. So we went out and we hired 200 Indigenous people. None of them are health practitioners. They're all lay people. So it could be the Zamboni driver in the community, your kindergarten teacher, could be the person that picks up the garbage on Friday mornings. Those are the peers. A lot of youth, we got a lot of young people engaged in the program, and we pay them. So we train them, we educate them, we pay them, and then we put them out into the community. We've got 11 full-time regional managers that kind of work on a district basis, and those two groups work together to then go out and serve this anonymous audience with anything that they want to talk about, anything. We've had over 100 chats that have lasted longer than 4 hours. It's shocking to think that empathy is out there, but it is, and we've got the data to kind of prove that. So when people actually end the chat, it just evaporates. There's no resonance whatsoever on the phone. And we learned that very early on because we were serving a couple of people that were suffering from domestic violence. And we found out that their partners were coming back home and on a routine basis were going into their phone and checking out to see what they were doing, who they were talking to, who they were chatting with. So we had to protect them and make sure that there was absolutely no resonance on that at all. So when they end the chat, it's gone. And you can stay with us as long as you want, as long as you're reasonable. You know, just don't be abusive. If you're abusive, we shut you down, right? But if you want to rant, if you want to rave, if you want to yell, as long as you're respectful, that's what it's here for. Because what we're trying to do is hold space. We want to make sure that you have time to maybe change your mind. Would you be more willing to get a booster? Would you be more willing to accept behavioral health care, substance use interventions? Time is really precious, and we had to make sure that we kind of created that forum for people to feel safe and to actually make the decisions on their time, on their terms. And then, if we identify somebody at risk in Talking Stick, the peer invites that person to come over to Tetherall. And that's where we actually know who that person is, and we get them into the system. So typically what we'll do is we'll connect them to the NADAP worker, to one of the tribal nurses, and then we're also able to kind of share that data with specialty medicine, and I'll show you that in a second. So I'll let this run in the background. This is the Tetherall experience. So the patient uses the app. They negotiate with their practitioner how many times they want to use this on a weekly basis. Typically what's happening is they use it 2 to 3 times per week, anywhere from 30 to 90 seconds worth of time, and that's it. So about 5 minutes a week of engagement. Right now, every interface is customized. So we're using the PHQ-2, PHQ-9, the Likert scale, 8 questions, and then we actually do some natural language processing through the chat feature, and then that's it. That's all. That's all the active engagement that you're required to use in the Tetherall product. And that information is processed in real time through our AI, our ML, directly to the practitioner, and it comes in a format like this. So the idea is, if we can start to learn these behavioral manifestations at a comorbid factor, and we can send that information to somebody who cares, that empathy and compassion, then they have an opportunity. It's their decision if they want to initiate a call to action. And imagine if you're a person that for your entire life you've been chasing care. It was always up to you to reach out to the nurse, or you to reach out to the doctor, or try to get an appointment. It gets frustrating. I personally haven't had a general practitioner for 2 years, and I live in Ottawa, right? So imagine what it's like in a resource stretch environment in an Indigenous community. So that idea of being able to get proactive, where the practitioner can reach out when it's appropriate, when they think it's appropriate to that patient. And all of a sudden you've caught that person and you've demonstrated with that outreach that you care. There's a really interesting kind of connection, a bond that actually gets created when that call happens, because that patient is no longer chasing the care. On the talking stick side, it's a little bit different. So this is the experience that you'd have as a guest, and it's designed to be really easy, fast, intuitive. So I can just go and search with whoever's online, or I can go in and pick my community. So perhaps, you know, I grew up in L'Orange, but I'm living in Saskatoon or Prince Albert. I don't really know anybody in Saskatoon. I'm gonna go back to my home community and I wanna connect with somebody there that I know. So the peer is known to the guest. I know that person, so I have perceived trust in that person. I'm likely going to be more willing to listen to that person because of that kind of perceived connection. And again, our peers are there to listen. We're not to give anybody advice or anything like that. Our job is to listen, full stop, because I don't think that we're doing enough of that right now. And this is one of the things, this is one of the tools that's designed to kind of bridge that divide. We launched Talking Stick on June the 1st. We've had 10,000 searches and engagements with almost no marketing. It's almost been all exclusively word of mouth, a little bit of Facebook here and there, a couple of press releases coming out of the FSIN and ISC. And then that horrible day, right? That day that we'll never forget. The day that Canada stopped and just looked in the mirror and said, what is going on here? Especially the Indigenous community. There's just absolute grief and pain. And it resurrected a lot of issues, especially for the people that had survived residential and day school. And just the daily trauma that's experienced in some of the things that we're experiencing today in the gang violence and lack of resources on res. We saw a 500% increase in Saskatchewan within a week of the James Smith massacre. And people were talking about everything. It wasn't necessarily about the tragedy. It was just this sadness and sorrow and not knowing who to talk to. So the opportunity to just be there was one of the great gifts that I've experienced, is that thank goodness we actually had some people there that could actually support the audience that really needed help. We're seeing stuff like you would not believe. One of the people that came in and engaged wasn't talking about anything necessarily bad. We had presumably a young person. We don't know if they're male or female. But one person reached out to one of our peers and said, you know what, I really need help with fractions. I'm having a school project coming up and I don't know who to talk to and I'm embarrassed because I don't want my friends to know that I don't know this. Little things like that. I tell you, I know that kind of a little bit simplistic, but that one really put a smile on my face because there was that idea of kind of being there and to be able to facilitate what that young person, to them, that was their stress that day. You know, this is a self-motivated person who wants to do better and doesn't feel like they have the resources. They kind of used the app and they reached out. And you know what? The peer actually knew how to work fractions. So there was actually an engagement going by. And it sounds like that young person was helped. That was a big day for us, believe it or not, fractions. One of our great successes when we first started out was we negotiated with the FSIN and with Indigenous Services Canada. We negotiated a unique relationship that shouldn't be all that unique. We started sharing the data with the funders. So FSIN agreed to join us in an approach to, in real time, engage the funders. And one of the things that I've learned on my Indigenous journey is a lot of times is that we don't bring those, that incredibly important group as a stakeholder into the conversation. And that's what we're able to do in live, real time. So this is the dashboard that it's only half of it. So you'll see the number of chats. This was about a month ago. So we're at about over 2,000 chats now, 10,000 engagements and searches. These are all the different categories that people are coming in and asking to talk about. It's largely, if I go down to see here, depression and loneliness, grief and loss, relationships and family, anxiety and stress. COVID-19, which we were funded for, was less than 1%. And right now what we're actually starting to work on, because we've been asked to do this, is start to look for options around tuberculosis, sexually transmitted diseases, and diabetes. So those are the next things that we're actually going to be engaging in to make sure that we've got some people that are trained and educated to be able to support those areas. The other thing is the relationship with academic institutions. We made a commitment on day one that when the Indigenous communities are ready, they're going to take this over and own it. And we are going to happily hand it over to them. So we are working very, very closely now with SIIT, FNUC, to train and educate the IT people in the future. Because that's going to be the success. That is how we are going to be able to measure whether this works or not, is that we have to start to build that capacity in the community so that we can start to look at data as an opportunity to change policy. So this is the kind of the evidence that we need to be able to start to kind of turn the tables so that when we go to the funders, we've actually got evidence to support the suppositions that we're making, as opposed to just making a really good argument. Let's start to bring data into those conversations to say, wait a minute, I don't think we need as much money hypothetically on COVID right now. Maybe we should be trying to kind of change policy around grief and loss or loneliness and depression, but to actually use that evidence-based data to actually start to change policy. So right now at SIIT, we've got 15 students that are actually getting credits by participating in the Talking Stick world with us. So they're working with us, they're serving their people, and they're actually getting a credit, post-secondary credit, which has made us extremely proud of that. And we're gonna see this number. We started out with a request of 4. We're now at 16 by next year. Who knows? But I can tell you that number is gonna be substantially greater. Oops. In the couple minutes that I have left here, I'm going to take you back to the Burns Way, which is really the topic of this presentation. And I'm going to do this very, very quickly. So let's go back to that kind of veteran scenario. We don't, in the veteran space, there's a lot of silos. And what we're seeing here is the first of those bridges to start to break down those silos. So we are actually collaborating right now with Veterans Affairs Canada about funding an initiative that for the first time ever would see the Royal Canadian Legion as a partner with the Saskatchewan First Nations Veterans Association and a group of minority veterans all coming together under a single funding bucket to actually start to serve their own, but to be able to do that in a non-traditional way. The Legion has not worked with Indigenous people since they opened up their first door in Calgary in 1924. So this is a momentous experience that we're all dealing with. This is the current status for a veteran or a member of the veteran's family. So I can go into the portal, I can go to the 1-800 hotline, I can go to an actual Legion to Veteran Services, or I could go to a base, and that's where I can apply for support. I might get identified as high risk. That could happen, very rare, but in that kind of early kind of assessment phase, if you're identified as high risk, you skip the queue and you go right to active care. But if you don't, you go to the wait list. And the last number that we heard was around 44,000 veterans were on the wait list. 25% of them were looking for behavioral health care. And this is the place where we're losing veterans to suicide, self-harm, is while they're waiting. And to me, that's unacceptable. We've got to do more to help those people that are waiting. So what we did is we kind of came up with the Burns Way, and the Burns Way was very specifically named. If you remember a gentleman by the name of Earl Burns. He was one of the victims at James Smith Cree Nation. And he was an Indigenous veteran. And at 5 o'clock in the morning, he was woken up from his sleep to somebody trying to break into his house to try to kill the 2 foster children that he and his wife were protecting. And he gave his life. He died that day as an honorable veteran. And that hit us. It hit us pretty hard. He embodied everything to us that was honorable. He lived his truth right to the very end. So that's why we called it the Burns Way. And the idea is to kind of create new service options, not bureaucratic layers, service layers, not bureaucracy layers. So the idea is to kind of rebrand this in a veterans interpretation on talking stick, so that veterans can actually start to speak with veterans, and to do that in the most culturally sensitive way that they want. Then what we do is, depending on where they are in that kind of treatment pathway, we have the opportunity to bring the Tetherall product in, which would augment the existing resources that are out there. So the whole idea is about staying in connection, right? We see a lot of veterans that when they leave the forces or they actually get discharged from care, these are people that have lived in structure for 10, 20, 30 years. Take that structure out, and a lot of people just feel empty or alone or disconnected. I always remembered the Shawshank Redemption, when Brooksy gets out of prison and goes and works at the grocery store, and he's alone in that room, and he's lost his structure. And that's kind of the same thing that we kind of experience in the veterans environment. So the idea of actually being able to tether that person for a month, 2 months, 6 months after they get discharged, so that, God forbid, there is a relapse or something that happens, we can bring them right back into care so they don't have to go through that revolving door process. And don't mistake the impact of that, because one of the things that we've been hearing from our veterans is that that process of having to go back and start all over again is really intimidating to them. And they just get frustrated and they get tired and they just don't want to do it. So imagine if we could catch that person again before there's an event, bring them right into care, and make sure that we kind of pick up where we left off. So, my second last slide here. I have a challenge for the vendors out here. And we've been on this journey for a long time. Mr. Jeff Niles and I got started. I was in the Amazon meeting yesterday and talking about SMS text and all that kind of stuff. And back when we were First Nations Inuit Health Branch, we were actually doing stuff throughout the province of Manitoba with BlackBerries. And that was in 2008. And we started to look at this from a mobile standpoint. And it didn't work that time because the infrastructure wasn't there. But in a lot of cases now, thanks to many of the people in this room, our friends at OneWeb, that barrier to access is actually starting to come down and coming down fast. So there's an opportunity that's about to present itself where we're going to be able to go into environments that non-traditionally did not get service. So what are we going to do when we get there, right? My one challenge for especially the vendors, the companies here, is when we go into Indigenous communities, I really believe that we have to look at our promises with a different weight to it. When we make promises to Indigenous communities, we have to raise the bar. This is not a kind of the environment where we could do it in the cities where we come from, whether you're in Vancouver, Ottawa, Toronto, Montreal, whatever. But that commitment has to be higher. It has to be greater. We have to start to build that bridge of trust that has been deficit for years, and it has. So we spend an enormous amount of time making sure that whenever we make a promise, it's a promise that we're prepared to live with, and that we're going to do everything we possibly can. It doesn't require a guarantee, right? We're not into that kind of nebulous place where we're going to make false promises that. But when we go in, we actually say, yeah, we're going to do this for as long as it takes. And it took us 5 years to get the veterans thing off the ground. And there's a lot of times where we probably should have quit, walked away, turned away, and said, this is going nowhere. But stuck with it. You know, as my team says, I'm not sure if I'm stubborn or stupid or a bit of both, but it was just this unrelenting desire to kind of follow through with the promises that we made. And operate differently. You know, I think that this meeting here is different. This is a genius idea. This is the best idea I've seen in kind of this environment in a long time, and I fully support it. So that's it. That's what we're doing. I hope to see you in your own communities over our travels in the next couple of years. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them now or off-site. But I think we're pretty close to having lunch, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, John. Do we have any questions from the room? Just wanted to touch quickly on your presentation, and then we'll break for lunch, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. So John is from TryCycle Data Systems, and they mainly focus on veterans and Indigenous people. They have 2 mobile apps. One is called Tetherall. The other one is called Talking Stick that they launched on June 1st. They've been primarily working with FSIN and Saskatchewan, but they have a mobile app, like a chat service, that's available to anyone who may be experiencing some mental health challenges. So he talked about the importance of being proactive versus reactive, and to stop putting out fires and be more proactive. Specifically, we're talking about mental health and what many people can dub CPTSD, which is complex PTSD. We talked about how over COVID, people have experienced a greater effects of loneliness and a lack of connection. Thank you so much for focusing on veterans, because Indigenous Veterans Day is celebrated every year, and this year it was observed on November 8th. Also, we have Remembrance Day coming up on the 11th. And so I'm glad you touched on the disenfranchisement of status Indigenous people who served in the Korean War, in World War I, World War II, and how they went, and when they served, they lost their status. I was curious if your app works without cellular, and if it just works with internet access. And it's about using technology to create a social safety net. So a lot of people have been put into structured or into institutionalized environments, and overall, John said that we need the capacity to think differently, operate differently, and to get creative in our solutions in the future. Ganesh Chish, thank you. Up next, we have Kendryl and Rangarao Wunnava. Ranga works as Chief Architect for Kyndryl Canada Western Region. He has been with IBM for close to 20 years and moved to Kyndryl as part of the spin-off of IBM Services organization back in 2021. He is an experienced architect with extensive experience deploying, implementing, and manning IT systems. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rangarao Wunnava. You could call me Ranga. Be nice on me. I'm new to Canada, just moved about a quarter back. I've been working with IBM, as I have been introduced, and now Kyndryl. We basically take care of building, implementing, and managing IT systems globally, whether it's cloud, whether it's network, whether it's security. We basically have our hands all across as a service integrators and service providers. What am I doing here today? We are just going to talk a little about what our company does and one of the cutting edge solutions which we have been working and deploying with OneWeb, something very similar to Starlink, which you might have heard about. Satellite network access in remote locations, and how we can leverage technology for healthcare, how we can use it for financial services, how we can use the benefits of 3G or now 5G, it's moved on pretty quick. Wi-Fi and internet services across the region. So that's all it's about. So we call Kyndryl to be at the heart of progress because we're working with new and upcoming technologies, whether we are doing consolidation, migration, we are into implementing and transformation of new IT services. So I'll just use the clicker and keep going through. Let's see if it works. So I'll just give you a quick overview about our company, Network and Edge Practice, which is one of our practices within Kyndryl. OneWeb, the solution which we want to give a quick overview about today. The use cases for it, and what are the proof of concepts where it's been used. Moving on, what we do, we basically, as Kyndryl, we're GTS, Global Technology Services arm of IBM. We're the largest managed service providers worldwide. We've got about 30 plus years of experience supporting various industries, whether it's banking, whether it's healthcare, whether it's retail, different domains. Largest infrastructure implementation and managed service provider. Some of the areas we have worked with includes airlines such as American Airlines, Air Canada, for example, some of our clients, right? And in retail space, we work with all the big top 10 retail brands, financial institutions. Almost 90% of the banks worldwide is supported by our technology. So that's a quick overview about it. There's just a slide what drives a passion towards technology, what's going on around the world. So it talks about the digitization. It talks about growing risk requires more security. Some of the top IT infrastructure challenges for our clients who are deploying new technologies across their domains, how they're trying to unleash the technology and leverage with it. And we are involved in doing that. Building cloud for you guys, whether it's on-prem or trying to connect it on private cloud, whether you're working with AWS or Azure, or for that matter, Google Cloud, which is coming up pretty quick nowadays, right? One of the key challenges which we figured out with COVID, and even before and now more so, were need for SMEs while working with these technologies. Technology is going leaps and bounds, it's going at a very high pace. It's very difficult for us also to keep up with it, but then we have 9,000 strong organization. So we've got different practices and SMEs within different domains. So if you need to use technology, you need to implement technology, we've got SMEs from different, oh, sorry, am I not loud enough?
We have a streaming service, so if you're walking, you can use that mic instead.
Okay. So I'll start swearing a little more. I'm not nervous, but I'm usually a little,
The other way around. Will be too loud.
Now? Any better? Oh, yeah. It echoes. All right, thanks. So I'll get to the next part. This is pretty much a snapshot of what we do within the digital environment. You've got mobile phones, and you've got retail, you've got healthcare, airlines, which I was talking about. We pretty much are supporting all these industries, whether they need help with data, AI, they need help with core IT, they want to build or deploy cloud, they want to use containers, which is the new DevOps thing in the world nowadays, right? So we are trying to move away from the traditional applications, monolithic applications. We are trying to break it into much smaller pieces so that you can do quick updates in different parts of the application. Of course, edge. So we used to talk a lot about 3G, and then came 4G, and now suddenly with edge, 5G is all over the place. We're trying to get the benefit of edge across the globe. So we work within different domains. I'll just try and move to the next practice. Now, the 90,000 strong organization has to have some kind of a structure. So we've got the practices, we've got the SMEs, we've got a cloud practice which talks about whether it's a x86 cloud or a public cloud, we want to call it a private cloud. We've also got core enterprises and Z cloud. So a lot of our clients historically were leveraging mainframes. So a lot of them want to use mainframes going forward. A lot of them want to migrate off mainframe, try new technologies. So we are trying to help clients do that as well. We're pretty good with digital workplace services. It's basically a blend of leveraging different kinds of devices today. So we have moved on from a traditional, just a Microsoft workstation to Chromebooks, for example, Apple MacBooks. We basically have implemented new digital solutions around workplace services, right from service desk, hands and feet support, managing your image, managing your shrink wrap applications on your devices, pretty much everything, right? Application, data, and AI, we kind of bundle this practice because a lot of stuff which happens around data and AI is from the applications which we use. A simple example could be, you're trying to book a ticket, right? Airline ticket. And if you're doing it on a phone, do you need a drop down or a radio button or a checkbox? So what's the ease of use for the clients? And how is the data getting captured every time they're making a click or making a decision while they're using these things? Of course, all the IT comes with its own risk. So we talk a lot about security and resiliency. Resiliency because a very good example could have been COVID. So a lot of the clients stopped coming to office, started working from home. So how we were supporting the not just the infrastructure, but trying to avoid disruption to the business, that it's quite resilient and you're able to get services no matter where you're delivering it from or where you're consuming it from. Security, of course, to try and have, God bless, security to have, physical security, network security, app security, pretty much everything, ring fences it. And then we've got network and edge. This is where we would probably focus more today because of OneWeb. For a services provider, and since the spin-off as Kyndryl, which got carved out of IBM, we don't manufacture technology. So we work with all the technologies which are available today, right? So these are some of the partners we are working with. They are pretty much across Fortune 500 and some which are not even Fortune 500. It doesn't really matter because we are working with our clients and we are working with our partners and we are asking them what's the technology they want to use, what are the alternatives available, what are the use cases they want to use the technology for, and then we are basically supporting with our SMEs and our managed services organization across. So we've got it in cloud, core enterprises, so it's basically structured the same way we've got our practices, right? The technology is spanning all across. Within Canada, because that's where we are, we have pretty big ecosystem. These are some of the key clients we have been supporting. I took a few names, for example, Air Canada, we've worked with Hertz, Coca-Cola, you name it, we have worked it. Now, we don't just do end-to-end. We can do build, we can implement, we can do designing, and we can also do managed services. Complement your staff in organizations where they need expertise. So we're pretty much doing all together because when we're working with technology, it's not just about supporting, but it also needs project management. You need planning and design, for example. You're working across multiple networks and technologies, so you need to have integrations and configurations around them. So we're working in different models out there. As I was saying, we'll just move on to network and edge. What this talks about is our capabilities around network and edge. We've got global presence. We're working with all the key network providers worldwide, including within Canada. We provide integrated management. So I'm not just going to read through it, but then just give you a few pointers, what we do within network and edge practice. We have been recognized worldwide around our services. And one of the reasons is because when Cisco started, one of the largest network providers was IBM. We basically gave it to them. And as part of managed services provider, different countries have different network providers. So we got to work with them. We used to have our own GNPP. We called it Global Network Peering Point. So whether you're using cloud A or cloud B, we had a network backbone. So you didn't have to rely on one cloud, but you could rely on the backbone of network we were providing, dark fiber across. So then we come to OneWeb. What is this all about? It's basically got some reputed backing. It's a similar solution like Starlink, a very similar solution. One key differentiator is this is also for commercial use, right? And we do provide managed services. So it's a fully managed turnkey solution. It's been tested. We have also done it for First Nations. We have implemented one of the projects for them. It's just got a bit of commercial service, around it. So one of the key things is we've got about 648 satellites. We've got 43 SNPs across the globe. So it's pretty aggressive, competing head-to-head with any other technology which is out there. A quick snapshot of POPs across the globe. So it's not just within Canada, but we're doing it in Africa. We're doing it in other parts of the world. We've got it in Europe. And it's working pretty cool. I'll just get into the technology details for OneWeb. And it's a turnkey solution. So we've got our LEO satellites, and we have these parabolic devices which we install. It's a very straightforward thing. It's a private network. So the satellites get the power or the internet through the Equinix cloud exchange, and then these are routed to the local parabolic devices. They can be installed in hospitals. They can be installed in retail organizations. They can be installed for communities so that the communities can benefit from internet, right? And once it's installed, you're basically able to get internet in remote locations where probably you didn't have dark fiber or you're struggling with accessing internet. We are providing these solutions where you can install and start accessing. The community can start benefiting from internet, especially, if you're working not in metros and you're in outside metro locations. It covers right from the orchestration, network access, and the client sides. Now, what it basically means is it's a fully managed service. So we're not just asking you to take care of one component, but we're taking care of the end-to-end solution, right from deploying those devices to managing those devices and making sure you're getting the bandwidth which you're supposed to get from these solutions. Right? Some of the plans, I won't spend a lot onto this, but there are different plans which you can choose from, and they have, I believe the deck is going to be made available later, right? So the team can access the plans and go through what it is. We've got certain use cases. They use for temporary connection. They use for IoT. If you've got IoT devices, you've got all the next generation devices or appliances which we buy. The messaging services can be managed for them. The alerting services can be managed via this. Natural resources, water readings and air and water quality, all the reading can be, remotely taken care of. Those are some of the use cases. Remote communities, which I was talking about, you can do telehealth, you can do telelearning, you can provide government services using this OneWeb solution. There's just an architectural overview of how it looks like, putting a picture, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So it starts from a DR or an initial installation. It can be used as a DR. So a lot of times when we are connecting or we are requesting network, we are unable to afford two fiber channel network. So what we can do is use fiber channel in one location, probably use OneWeb as a DR. So you can have a fallback plan in case of natural calamities or in case of it's a snowy region, right? So you never know. You can't control the temperature. You want to have as a backup plan for network connectivity, you can use this. We've also got industrial and IoT, so you could be using it for IP cameras, you can use it for security controls, you can use it for emergency controls. You're trying to install devices, but those devices are IoT devices. They basically need network access. So what you're going to do, you could probably use the OneWeb solution for those. Right? Natural resources, analytics, inventory control in remote areas, you want to leverage that, you basically got these. You've got RFIDs sending data across. This could be a very good solution. We've already covered the remote communities, but basically it can support telehealth. You can get medical care remotely. You can do a lot of remote learning, leveraging this solution. And of course, you're getting access to federal and provincial services. So it's one of the benefits of the solution. It just talks about the, orbit satellite solution, how it's all worked. So you've got a local hub, or you've got schools and medical centers, and then there is a satellite orbit out there. We install these parabolic devices through which you're able to leverage the internet connectivity. So we all talk about IoTs, but at the end of the day, the backbone for IoT is network. Without network, you're not going to be able to use the IoT devices, right? Nowadays, the level of IoT has gone to the extent that if you're accessing, or you're probably in a mall shopping, the retail outlet can figure out there were X number of clients. There were probably 10,000 clients who visited the mall today, and there are about 100 stores, and only 50 visited my place. Through the network and edge services, they're able to do a lot of analytics. They're able to figure out, what's the target population, what kind of demographics we're dealing with, right? And all that information being collected by devices is AI. It's simple data. Back in the days, we used to do it on Excel. Then we moved on to databases. Now we have all the big data applications doing the same data crunching for us. But then they need to be able to collect the data points and once they are able to collect the data points, it's all over the network. So this is how it'll impact, or we can make use of it, right? So it talks about citizens can gain equitable access. Economies are able to grow because of the business getting access to internet. A lot of applications have moved away from the traditional hosting solutions to the mobile apps, which are basically based on cloud native and microservices, right? So when you're building these apps, while the app is available, users should be able to access those apps and leverage the apps. Otherwise, you're missing that level of reach. So this is what it helps you provide. It talks about the resiliency within the solution. So it's pretty resilient, irrespective of the climate, irrespective of things which are not within your control. It's a turnkey solution, a very tested solution, fully managed service provided by Kyndryl in association with OneWeb. It just gives you a quick architectural overview diagram. So I won't get into too many details for it, but in case you have any questions, it just gives you a reference point to ask, right? How it works, it can be used for SD-WAN. It's a managed service solution. It can be in a colo exchange. We can also create a Wi-Fi mesh using the service. So once it's installed within a community, it has a range. While it's hard-coded, we can also implement 5G, supported by Nokia 5G, and then the citizens can use Wi-Fi devices. They can use phones and iPads with Wi-Fi and 5G network. They can start accessing it. So centrally installed, and then it's got a wider reach. That's pretty much, we've got proof of concept. We have installed it in First Nations Health Authority, and they've been using it. It's very effective, and they've been pretty much, so far, they haven't complained about it. It's been good, right? That's pretty much about it, and I'm open for any questions, or you want to get into dialogue now, later. I believe we'll share our name and details. You can always reach out. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to take them. I hope I didn't confuse you all. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Hi, everyone. So thank you very much, Kendryl, for your presentation. Kyndryl, my understanding, was a spin-off of IBM. Specifically IBM IT Infrastructure Services in 2021. And so they're working really closely with OneWeb as a partner, and they're looking at the connectivity ecosystem. They are a $19.4 billion technology services company, and they have over 90,000 skilled practitioners. They offer advisory services, implementation services, and managed services. They're also supporting the First Nations Health Authority in British Columbia. I don't know if there's anyone here from FNHA, but it would be interesting to reach out to them. I know that the First Nations Health Authority is very instrumental within British Columbia. Just 1 second, I'm looking at the time. So right now it is 1:24, and I just wanted to ask Pamela if Deloitte. Okay, great. We're just going to rearrange the agenda just slightly. I spoke to a couple of tables about how we're going to leave the workshop until the end of the day, where we have an opportunity to talk about industry best practices and some of the challenges that we experienced throughout COVID as industry specialists. So from Deloitte, they're going to be presenting to us about nation building and lessons learned from EMR planning and implementation. We have Jolain Foster and Jordan Saur. Jolain is a partner who leads Deloitte's Western Indigenous Client Services. She works directly with Indigenous communities and businesses to develop and improve community and organizational strategic planning, governance, and operations. And we also have Jordan, who is a manager in Deloitte's Indigenous Client Services practice based in Vancouver, BC. And since joining Deloitte's consulting practice in 2015, Jordan has delivered technology strategies and transformational programs for public and private sectors across Western Canada and the United States. Thank you for being here, Jordan.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here, and I'll start by saying that my partner, Jolain Foster, sent her regrets last night from the tarmac in Calgary, where her plane was delayed due to a snowstorm. So she sends her sincere apologies, wishes she could be here today, but unfortunately, you're stuck with me here today. So, as I mentioned, it's a true honor and pleasure to be here today. We want to take some time to really talk about our vision for the Indigenous Client Services practice, and as was mentioned, to share some lessons learned related to some of the projects that I've delivered in the last couple of years related to healthcare technology. So as was mentioned, I'm manager within our Indigenous Client Services practice based in Vancouver. I worked for many years, though, as part of our consulting practice doing technology strategy related projects. So I bring a diverse background, and of course with my colleague Jolain, we are working together to build our team and our practice and our vision for the future. But before we get into the presentation today, I want to take a brief moment to acknowledge that we're standing here today on the lands of the ancestral unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territories and nations. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be here today. So as I mentioned, I'm going to take a few moments to just share a bit of a brief background on our practice and then talk through some of the technology opportunities and priority areas that we see as a firm. So our practice goes back to around 1990, and this is specifically the Indigenous Trust practice, which Deloitte has been operating in, and that's providing trust administration services to almost 270, over 200 nations across the country over the last 30-odd years. Deloitte is typically known as an accounting firm, but we do lots of different things in the professional services space. We have a global reach. We have the ability to bring lessons learned and reach practitioners from around the world, and this includes some Indigenous perspectives that we've worked on in recent engagements, leveraging learnings from New Zealand and Australia and other parts of the globe. But a key aspect of who we are, I think, is our Indigenous talent base, and I am an ally in this space, but we see it as critically important that we have Indigenous representation at our firm, that we have a diverse representation, but also that those leaders are in the position of leading these engagements with First Nations and Indigenous peoples. So really the core of what we are trying to do, in the words of my partner Jolain, is it's all about nation building. And I wanted to unpack that a bit. For us, what does nation building mean? Nations are truly diverse in terms of maturity, where they're at in their progression, in terms of attaining economic independence and sovereignty. Just to paint a brief picture. But our ambition is really to help nations, no matter where they're at in their journey towards independence and sovereignty. And this ranges all the way from strategy type work, advisory work, through to implementation and operation support. And this is not just within the realm of technology or healthcare. So I'll briefly touch on, there are 4 strategic pillars that we are currently focusing on. The first being people. This is all about capacity building, building the skills and expertise in community so that communities can grow and be strong. Land, quite broadly and generally, this is about related to strategy, but thinking through how do we want to use our lands for now and looking far into the future. How do we sustainably use our land? So we could consider business cases or assessing the various opportunities that present themselves to various nations. Of course, each nation will have a very different, potentially, relationship with their land and access to different type of land. Governance we see as a fundamental pillar, making sure that the rights and responsibilities, shared rights, responsibilities between interest groups, rights holders, are clearly understood and documented so that no matter what you're doing within technology, it's clearly understood and you can continue to sustainably manage that asset or that technology into the future. Lastly, certainly not least, economic independence. So this is, again, about empowering nations to be self-sufficient, to be successful, in whatever way, shape, or form that takes. So I wanted to briefly illustrate those 4 pillars. Each of these pillars relate directly to our Reconciliation Action Plan, which Deloitte, which is available on our website. So I encourage any of you who have not seen this to please go and review it there. It is available for free to review. So I briefly talked about our practice, who we are, some of the high-level areas we're focusing on and exploring at this point. But for the next few moments, I'll just want to zoom in on our technology practice, which is really the area of my expertise and my focus within the practice. So our current priorities are related to information and technology, and I wanted to take a moment to stress that because we've talked a lot about technology here, but what is technology without the data, without the information behind it? So what role do we play as a firm in helping to get this right, and how can we help you, the nations, our clients, the people we work with? We really see ourselves as an integrator, providing the expertise, the capacity, sort of being the glue between potentially a technology vendor and the nation to ensure the successful delivery and operation of technology. As I mentioned earlier, Deloitte has experts that work in all manners of technology, so part of our strengths is our ability to tap into that network and bring the expertise that's needed to deliver on a specific scope of work. So The categories that I've laid out here are not exclusive. There's lots of overlap in terms of opportunity. I mean, if you're doing something related to connectivity and broadband, you're probably going to need a lot of these other things. But these are just to sort of paint a broad picture of what we think and feel is really important. Also, what we're hearing from a lot of the clients we're working with in terms of their priorities. So the first one I wanted to touch on is technology strategy. I really think this is a key part of the equation for any investment in technology. We need to think more broadly about what are the drivers, what is the vision and the outcome we want to achieve down the road. This strategy for technology could be linked to a much broader community healthcare plan or community ambitions to grow digital capability or implement new HR or financial systems. It's important to think through, think about that investment not as an isolated investment, but within the broader strategy. How are you going to operate this technology? How's it going to be supported? How will it be governed? How could you leverage that asset for different uses? Are just some of the questions we'd like to delve into. So, just to summarize, investing in strategy and taking the time to articulate those longer-term goals and objectives, and specifically in the healthcare space, is really key to setting up the organization for longer-term success. It's really cost avoidance for down the road. If we're thoughtful about where we're investing now, I think there's ability to save money down the road. Next, digital transformation. I won't spend much time on this one, but quickly to summarize, this is about improving and modernizing business and operational processes, leveraging digital, new technology to change the way we work and do our work. So I think this touches on a lot of things within healthcare, and a lot of the work I'm doing to implement new technology requires new digital process. So there's a huge change management training components to doing that work successfully. Connectivity, the third pillar here, it's the foundation of everything we're talking about here at this conference. And many others have spoke very eloquently and in depth about connectivity and what it takes. I think we can help answer the how. How do we get connectivity and how do we do it right? Our goal is really to help communities meet them where they're at and to help them answer some of the questions such as, what is our vision for connectivity? Do we want to invest and own the technology, or should we be considering sourcing and partnering with external vendors to operate the infrastructure and the assets to bring connectivity to the community? So we really see our value in being able to help answer some of those questions and set our communities, our clients up for longer term success. Growing capacity, the last pillar here. I think this is a key one for vendors in the technology space to really think through. What are we doing to grow capacity in the IT departments with the staff and with the clients that we engage with? I think education, training, change management, and building capacity are fundamental components to successfully delivering IT projects. So when we look to scope out a project, we want to make sure we're building the appropriate capacity so that solution is sustainable in the long term. A few other things I wanted to mention in terms of capacity building that are outside of our client delivery and client service work. One of them is a company called Inspire that Deloitte has been investing in. We have a 3-year plan with them, and we've Inspire provides scholarships, training, and curriculum for Indigenous scholars across the coast to continue their studies within the technology space. As well, I was recently at UBC, the business school last weekend, participating in an event with the Chinook Scholars. And the Chinook Scholars program gives Indigenous post-secondary business school students the tools and connections they need to succeed and build their network at that stage in their careers. There's also another new venture, which I can't mention at this time, but that Deloitte is undertaking to create a new Indigenous-owned enterprise. It's a technology company that will create access to technology careers for Indigenous and First Nation and Métis people from their homes, so that they can work remotely and participate in the technology workspace and marketplace. So now that I've, pardon me, this mic's a little challenging here. Now that I've sort of talked high level about our technology priorities, I think this is really the slide that I wanted to spend most of the time on here. It's the lessons learned. So what? Like, what we're doing all this work in this space, and I wanted to share some of the lessons that I think hopefully some of you can take away as you consider working with communities, with nations across the country in the technology and specifically within the health space. So I'd say the key challenge and driver for a lot of the work that we've been doing, and I suspect that a lot of the work that many of you are doing, is related to fragmented data and processes. So what does that mean? Specifically in healthcare, there is a lack of documented process and understanding of how to effectively carry out work. And this touches on the staffing challenges, which I'll mention later, but and it's partly due to the temporary nature and remote nature of staff operating in this space. But without clear, understood, documented process, and perhaps not having a fellow colleague on hand to help train you on a system and how to use it, processes aren't adequately followed, and they're not consistently followed. And this leads to data being entered not in a consistent manner, which then can lead to far larger and adverse health outcomes. This challenge of fragmented process also relates to the technology applications and systems that are used. So specifically in the healthcare space, as many of you may know, there are specific applications depending on what type of healthcare we're working in. So in primary healthcare, we have a lot of specific, well, not only is the legal and reporting structure for primary care different, the data custodianship, the legal authority for that information data is different than in public and community care. But each of these areas of healthcare have custom applications that they use. So the clinicians are challenged by operating and using a myriad of different solutions. And so this means that data is spread all over the place. So how do we start to integrate, create interoperability, and share information in a meaningful way to start to address some of these gaps? Anecdotally, I heard many, many times from nurses and clinicians working in the field about the challenges related to fragmented process and data, and that can often consume many, many hours or even up to a day of an individual's time during a given week just to duplicate entry of data, to digitize manual paper-based forms and to input those into the systems. There's a lot of additional effort and cost spent in this space. So a key learning for us here is, in some of the work we've done so far, is that there's no single solution yet. There's no silver bullet answer to this challenge. So in the meantime, clinicians need all the help they can to understand the process. They need access to training, and they need education to more effectively use and work between the systems and to work in this complicated technology space. Another key learning here, I'd say, is when it comes time to upgrade or implement a new solution, this is the time to invest in process and in training and education. As part of any change, you're going to be undertaking change management and communications and training. So it's really important to really look at the scope of what's needed and perhaps think, is there more that can be done to help the staff on the front lines to more effectively understand the work that they need to do and to more effectively and consistently complete the tasks that they're asked to do. Another key learning here is that I'd say is a a bit of a myth that is important to dispel, and I'm sure we're all on board with it, but it's the perception that digital is somehow a risk to client confidentiality and data. A lot of people in the space are used to working with manual process and paper. And I think one of the hurdles to overcome through change management is to ensure people that new technology is truly secure. We can manage data confidentiality and access and permissions through modern technology much more efficiently than we ever could with paper-based processes. So that is one of the key learnings that I've learned in terms of the key messaging we can start to relay as we're delivering our work. The second key challenge relates to connectivity, which again, many people have touched on here over the last couple of days. But I wanted to say that this is not really just about having a connection. You have a connection put in, great, internet is up and running. This is very far from the truth. And in remote locations with harsh climates, bad weather, really, really rough winter weather, and as well human-caused accidents and incidents, these types of incidents happen much more frequently than would happen in any urban area or outside of that most of us would be familiar to. So I think it's really critical here, and there's a learning that we have to consider the broader support model for connectivity. It's not just about confirming that an application, that a system can be turned on and that staff are gonna, that it's just gonna run as normal. But connectivity in the healthcare space is doubly important because of the potential impact to patient outcomes and care. It's an area where we can't tolerate downtime for any amount of time. And so we have to think through the power supply. Who runs and operates the generator? Like where's the contact information in the event of an incident? So what's your escalation path and procedure? And so on some of the projects that I've entered into, you're asked to, focus and deliver this technology application. You're all of a sudden talking about, who runs the generator and who has the key to the generator shed, right? So coming into a project with eyes wide open, being aware that in order to successfully sustain and operate a solution, we have to be thinking much broadly about the support model and how that solution is going to be sustained. And lastly, just on that, in terms of the sustainment model, it's not just thinking about the local, the people locally in the community on the ground who might help support that, but also the broader network of telcos, the local ISP, external support that might be required to support that solution, ensuring that all those parties are included in the governance model. The third piece here, pardon me, related to many rights and interest holders, is really the reality that on the ground there's so many stakeholders that have interest and rights in this solution, and not all of them are readily available. As I mentioned, with the clinical staff being remote and being on call and traveling on and off out and into communities. There's a lack of consistency of people on the ground delivering healthcare, but also that we have funding partners and various levels of government authority that are also involved. So all that said, at the center of everything that we do in this space is the community. And what is right for the community is right for everyone. But truly, there are a lot of interests at play, and it's really important that we have a clear understanding of what those interests are. So a key learning here in terms of managing stakeholders and successfully managing stakeholders, it's critical to start with setting a foundation of trust, understanding who in community is going to really champion and support the initiative you're working on, but then working with them to establish a governance framework that works for them. Another key learning related to stakeholder management and is really, as we see it as a firm, that when it comes to Indigenous and First Nations governance, we really want to resource our projects and ensure that we have Indigenous leadership providing that voice and being able to speak and connect with the community to really understand what their needs are, what their requirements are, and to help marry some traditional practices for that community with more modern approaches to governance and ways of working. So, as you know, it's a priority for our firm, and we're actively recruiting Indigenous talent and leaders in the technology space to help us deliver some of the important work that we're doing. I'd say the fourth sort of lesson learned here relates to funding cycles. And I've called it implementation timelines and funding cycles. So what does this mean here? This is all about securing that longer term sustainable funding for operating and sustaining a solution. And that's really, really key to your long-term success. And this is not a criticism at all of wonderful funding and investments made by levels of government and technology, which is key. But those single injections of capital investment need to be met with longer-term operational funds. We need to think through how are we going to fund that next phase of implementation? How are we actually going to carry out the training and support to the clinical staff in an ongoing capacity? So I think there's a couple other challenges related to the funding. You know, it can be really challenging to align an investment timeline with the other needs and priorities of a community. There's a lot going on in the communities we're working with, and we fully recognize that. And so making sure that you know, the community has the capacity and truly can show up and provide the right people to help transfer knowledge, take on and learn through the project can really go a long ways to helping making sure that knowledge is transferred and the community, again, really knows the outcomes and what their role is in successfully operating that technology in the longer term. So I'll talk about the next lesson learned here for a moment. So staffing models, and the staffing models in the healthcare space in many communities presents a challenge for the continuity of care. And I may have touched on this briefly. Some of the physicians in the communities we've worked with may only be on the ground 1 or 2 days out of the month. So for a patient who's visiting that physician, they have to wait an awful long time to see that physician again, and that's a real challenge. And it's not just the physicians, it's the same with the nurses and staff, who most of them are flying in and out on a weekly basis. So the rotational nature of staffing really challenges this continuity of care, and it's compounded by those manual processes, so paper-based processes, and the difficulties with documenting and sharing health-related data that I mentioned earlier on. So one of the key learnings here, integrations and interoperability between systems will, as of today, help with this continuity of care. It's where we can start to address this problem through looking how do we integrate and share information between systems. But overall, there's a need as well, and a bigger challenge there to address how do we build skills and get more permanent healthcare staff within community. We need to somehow eventually get away from a model where it's contracted external help, contractors that we're relying on, and I think that would go a long way to improving the quality of care that patients receive. Another key learning here, I think in terms of meeting broader ESG goals, well, I should rather say, this last piece I was mentioning around, building capacity and skill sets and expertise in healthcare delivery within communities can really help to further the broader ESG goals of a community. Helping to elevate and train staff, I think, can go a long way to building the welfare of a community. And as well, I think investing in this space and investing in local talent can help to build the reputation of the healthcare practice and therefore help to attract more and more talent in the longer term. So I think there's a definite link between that broader strategy that I was talking about in the first a moment ago, and how we can try to, align some of these staffing, the vision for staffing, and to address some of these challenges related to staffing with a broader strategy for technology and for the community. The last lesson learned here I wanted to talk about is transactional relationships. So we did make an edit to the slide here, but what's called sort of a lack of trust. And there's a sad legacy of this that we have heard from some of the communities, stories where vendors come in to deliver an asset, an application, to do some service or deliver a product and then to leave, and they haven't addressed a lot of these broader support challenges and issues that the community so badly needs. So I'd say, there's a real need for humility and sensitivity to related to the broader set of challenges, and a willingness to be in dialogue around how to effectively help overcome some of those challenges. There's also a need for a much longer term approach to delivery, to working in the space, to allow that ample time to build relationships, to build trust, to take the time to have dialogue so that the people you're working with have a clear understanding of the scope of work and the outcomes that you're working towards. This piece around building trust isn't complicated. It's really just asking yourself, how do we show up to be a good neighbor? How do we show up to support and show respect for that community? And what we can do as IT vendors, I think that's a simple question we need to be asking ourselves. If we treat others with respect and really take the time to get to know them and build that relationship, and to treat them well, it's not only good for the community, but it's really good for business. So I hope that some of that that I shared today is useful to some of you. I'm certainly honored to be here today to share some of the insights and things that I've learned in the last couple of years, but would love to speak further with any of you and answer any questions at this time. So thank you all. Are there any questions? Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jordan from Deloitte. My mom works in accounting, so I'm quite familiar with Deloitte. They work in many of our communities across the country. Deloitte has more than 11,000 professionals in 52 offices across Canada. I took a look at the Deloitte's Reconciliation Action Plan. They call it Deloitte's RAP. So you're the first presenter to show a Reconciliation Action Plan, and there are 93 calls to action. In their report, they highlight call to action number 92. And let's see, I think I have a screenshot of that. Call to action number 92. I would encourage you to look at their reconciliation action plan. In there, they highlight about how they're sponsoring 10 scholarships for Indigenous students every year, totaling $20,000. Also, he highlighted the importance of change management and talked about a framework for inclusion with clear targets, timelines, and commitments. We also talked about IT and the process and change management, and that it's always something that we should be looking at. A lot of the points that were touched on, especially around documenting process. I appreciated that as an IT professional because there are times as a sole practitioner that I made notes of how I implemented something 10 years earlier, and when I went back to my notes, they really helped me. There are times where working in a remote community, I documented my job and outlined everything in a manual saying, if I get ran over by a bus, I need the organization to have continuity. Specifically, some of the lessons that were learned by Deloitte in their analysis was that manual processes are obstacles for health information management, that community remoteness has limited connectivity and infrastructure, that there are often multiple stakeholders with complex decision making, that there are issues with implementation timelines and funding cycles, and how do we look at a long-term sustainable funding model, staffing models and challenges around continuity of care, and how there can be a lack of trust within our communities if people have an insufficient understanding of Indigenous culture, language, and traditions. So it's really up to us to set a foundation of trust and a government foundation that works for our communities. It was a really excellent presentation. It was a lot of information, but I just really appreciated everything that was mentioned. So at this time, it's 2:00. I would like us to just take a short 10-minute break. And then after the break, we're going to talk with Timothy Chang about cyber resiliency. And then to close off our day, we'll go into a workshop together, just talking about best practices, successes, and obstacles that we experienced throughout COVID. So thank you very much. Please all enjoy and take 10 minutes, stretch your legs, have coffee, have a nice health break, and we'll be back at 2:10. Thank you. Anyway, without further ado, I am happy to announce that we are talking about cyber resiliency and practices. Timothy Chang has been with us for the last few days from IBM, and he has over 12 years experience working with IBM. He started as a hardware guy and will always be a hardware guy. Hardware is easy. Hardware makes sense. After all software must run on hardware. A true believer of setting up the foundation right and be problem-free down the road. Thank you, Timothy.
All right, testing my mic. Yep, sounds good. Do I have to mute this one? Can I mute it? Okay, perfect. All right. So last session of the day, I guess you guys can't wait to get out of here, right? So yeah, my name is Timothy Chang. That's only when I'm in trouble, so you can call me by Tim. I've been with IBM for 12 years, with IBM Canada Technology Group in the storage department. So my role in the company is a storage architect, but sometimes, depending who I talk to, I'm a storage technical translator, right? Because sometimes IT is just so difficult for someone to understand that I have to translate for them, okay? So today, the clicker, there we go. So before we actually get into the meat, I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about IBM. Who here actually has worked with IBM? Show of hands, one. Who actually heard of IBM before? Okay, that's good. So, funny story, because as a kid growing up, I'm a person that always liked to take things apart, and that's how I learn and put it back together, right? And IBM has gave me the worst memory that I had just because it was that one PC that I cannot take it apart. I took out the cases on the side panels, and everything else is bolted in. So it's like, okay, how do I learn from this? So that was my first experience with IBM, and never did I ever think that I would actually ended up working for IBM. So when I started IBM, that's actually where the eye-opening for me. It's because as I grow up and go into computer engineering, I learned IT, but I've never actually understood where it came from and have the whole history behind it. So when I started IBM main office, we actually have a lobby that has all the old IBM technology, starting from a gigantic magnetic disk that is only probably a few kilobytes. And then there's a typewriter there. And then there's also the punch card, which I've learned in a history book. So as working through IBM, learning some of these tech and some of the employee who's been there for 40 years, I can see the evolution of IT through IBM, right? So after all, we're being around for a century. So we're 111 years old today. And I'm proud to be part of that for 1/10 of the way. So another part about IBM, the latest adventure is that if you guys heard about quantum computing. So we're kind of into the quantum era now, right? So it is something that we've heard in, let's say, TV, sci-fi, but it's becoming more real now. So we have a quantum R&D that we're heavily involved in it, and we are actually capable of making some quantum chips, right? But to me, if you ask me what quantum computing is, I can tell you flat out, I have no idea what it is. It goes behind my head. I haven't read anything about it yet. I just know that it can compute at the next level. It's something that you probably hear in a Star Trek world, or if you're in a Star Wars, that fence, you know, that's something that you will hear, right? So the point is, we've been around for so long, so we must be doing something right, and that is because transformation, it is in our DNA. We're constantly evolving, we're constantly changing, we're constantly looking at problems that's happening in the world today and coming up with solutions for it. So this is why, you know, I'm proud to be an IBMer, okay? Now, you can take all that away and throw it out because that's just the piece that Ty made me talk about. But the next slide I'm gonna show you, this is credit to Cherish here, because when I was talking to her last night, she showed me this meme, and I'm like, you know what? I got to change my PowerPoint presentation now, because this guy gave me an idea where this whole conversation is going to be about not being him. Okay? So it says, I don't always think about cybersecurity, in this case, cyber resiliency as well, but when I do, it is usually too late. So the takeaway for this call or takeaway for this presentation here is do not be that guy, because I help my customers go through this and I've seen the stress they go through this. Being that guy really sucks. So how many here actually has been that guy before? Let's not be shy, you know. We all know we have problems here. We're like, you know, consider this an IT therapy session. We're here to share our problems. All right, perfect. So yeah. So what I'm talking about today is essentially not a solution that IBM has to offer. It's more of a methodology around cyber resiliency. And you'll find out that when I start talking, my goal is to get you start thinking about, hey, I haven't been doing this. Hey, that is easy. I already have the tool set for it, but it's just my methodology that I haven't been practicing it, right? So as we go along, like that's the whole point I wanted to kind of get you guys to start thinking about it, right? Because you don't want to be that guy. Perfect. So, so why should we care today, and why is the topic so important? That's basically because cyber attack over the last 2 years has actually increased 95% based on the statistics of 2021, which is 2x, right? Every day, I'm sure you have heard that there's an attack everywhere. Like, it's the attack, it just keeps on coming. And it is actually industry agnostic. It doesn't really care about what industry you're in. It could be a mom's pop shop, or you could be a bank, you could be in a research facility. It doesn't matter. The attacker, to them, you are a payday for them, right? All they look at you is a business. And I even joke with my colleagues sometimes that they probably have a 3-year refresh cycle. They hit you once, they come back 3 years later, because it is a business for them. And most of the time is ransomware, but what you might hear lately now is the cyber warfare, right? Has anyone actually heard that term before? Okay, perfect. So cyber warfare is really just talking about 2 different types of attack. One is the commercial grade, and one is the military grade. So the main difference with the commercial grade is kind of your typical attack with ransomware. I pay the ransom, I get my data back, off you go. And then if you don't do anything about it, I'll come back, knock on your door again 3 years later. With the military grade, it's a little bit more dangerous just because sometimes they're kind of looking for disasters. They're here to actually delete your data, total data destruction, right? So they're here to do maximum damage so that there is no way to recover back anyway, right? So in this case, with the threat vectors are increasing daily, we got to do something about it. Like, we should care. And I have also an ongoing joke with my colleagues is that the biggest threat in my home network, can you guess what it is? Yeah, no, you heard it yesterday. You can't answer. It's my mom. When she comes to my house, I told her she cannot be on my network because I know whatever device she's bringing is probably full of viruses, right? My dad is okay because he's a little bit more reasonable. He doesn't click on every phishing email there is possible. So, yeah, so with threat vector, basically anybody who has an IoT device that connects to the network, you're part of that threat vectors, right? So this is why we should care, because there's just so many attacking points that something is going to happen eventually. Okay? And when that thing does happen, what's the impact to your business, right? So we always think about what would it cost. So this is a survey that was done by IBM, taken 2021, and out of all these surveys from different organizations, 83% has actually experienced a ransomware attack. And within this 83%, some may have even experienced multiple ransomware attacks, right? Because they just keep coming back. They didn't even give them to react. And an average payout is actually $812,000. That's just the ransomware payout, right? And there's a statistic that actually show in here is not because you paid, we found that not all of them actually got their data back. They might get partial data back. And to me, if you ask me, I think they're holding them for their insurance policy because they want to come back 3 years later, right? Or if they were encrypted, they couldn't get to it, so they have no leverage today. But if quantum computing comes real, that might be solvable with the encryption on AES 256. So quantum computing might be able to solve that in a couple of days, so they can come back later. So the cost of ransomware is way more than that, if you ask me, because the damage is not instantaneous at this point in time. The damage could be forever lasting. You just don't know how much or when it will stop. And on average, an organization that has been hit, we've seen that it takes about 23 days to bring it back online. So the downtime, the service interruption from an incident is usually about 23 days. And the goal of this conversation piece today is, how do I minimize that 23 times? Now, I have one question to ask you guys. Do you know how much it costs for your organization to even be down for 1 day today? Have you guys gone through that kind of calculation? Because that's very important to know. Because if you don't, then how do I know how to solution something that is equivalent to my business value, right? So I have to know how much it costs for me to be down, even on an hourly basis, right? So then that is easier to take up to the management or making decisions in terms of, hey, if I spend this much, I'm saving this much. That should be a no-brainer at that point, right? So That is very important, and that's sort of the idea that I want to kind of get you start thinking, what kind of practice can I do? What kind of practice can I do today? What kind of methodology can I follow to reduce that 23 days? Because no company can stay offline for 23 days, right? And in terms of the last statistics, kind of what I said, the damage isn't just financial damage. The damage could be way worse than financial damage. For example, your brand. Today's world, brand is very important. Everybody will buy off based on your brand. If that brand is damaged, I don't even know what it's the cost to actually recuperate that trust back, right? So for example, who here is actually going to fly Sunwing Airline with the recent attacks? You probably won't. Your default will be Air Canada until maybe they get hacked. But WestJet is kind of moving down the list because of the weekend incident, right? So the brand is damaged. That is, I think, the most costly to a business. You do not want your brand to be damaged, right? Once that's lost, it's hard to get it back. So overall, they come up with an estimation of a typical incident, like including all the long-lasting after effect. It's about $5.2 million. Now, this is not a sort of blanket statement across all organizations. Obviously, if it's a smaller company, it's less, right? But this is just what the sort of the survey kind of shows up. Does this make sense to you guys? Yeah? Okay, perfect. So in terms of how we protect ourselves against that, the idea is to mitigate and minimize the damage. So there's two terms I want to talk to you about today. One is cybersecurity, and one is cyber resiliency. Do you guys know what the differences are? I mean, don't read that, but do you know what the differences are? So cybersecurity is about prevention, right? So an analogy I want to use, is there any Habs fan here? No? So I can make fun of them? Yeah? Okay. No, actually, I'm not making fun of them. So cybersecurity is about prevention. So if you think about, the Habs, Patrick Waugh, he's great. He can block a lot of shots, right? Like, he literally carried that team to Stanley Cup, multiple of them. But he's still human. He can't block everything. He's going to have like 1 or 2 go, but that's okay. 1 or 2 going by, it's fine. They can still come back, which they have shown. They come back, down 0-3 in Stanley Cup Finals, right? So the ability to come back up is the cyber resiliency part of it. I can allow myself to have a couple incidents, but I will not have those 2 couple incidents, or maybe 3, to take my corporation or my business down. So the idea is know the 2, have a balanced approach, because you cannot be one side heavy. So let's say I bank on having the top-notch cybersecurity prevention solution out there. However, all it takes is that one bad goal for you to come down. And that analogy is going to go to Toronto Maple Leaf, because they have one bad goal, they will tank the whole series, right? So they do not have any resiliency at all in the hockey world. So the approach is to have a balance. So that way you can say, hey, how much shots or how many penetrations can I actually accept? And I'll prepare and solution and budget for that. And then I will come up with a solution or a design or practice that will allow me to come back from that, just because I'm preparing for the worst, because we should prepare for the worst. The truth is, it's not if you'll get attacked, it's really when you'll get attacked, right? And I'm sure you've heard of that term before, right? And no matter how well we protect ourselves, the penetration point, I believe, is always going to be the end users. Because, for example, if my mom works at a certain company, that company will be in trouble. So to protect yourself against, how do I improve cyber resiliency? You may say, I have backup. And that is true. You are correct. Backup is a part of a cyber resiliency. But before we kind of talk about this chart, I want to take a little short survey. Who here actually do backup? They should be everybody's hands up, right? Okay. Who here actually do backup and replicate the data to a DR site? So you have 2 copies of the data. Okay, perfect. That's good. So you're doing good backup. The third question is, who here actually tests it? Perfect. On a regular basis? Monthly? Oh, that's good. Okay. The last one. Within that testing, are you scanning for malware? Are you scanning for worms? How do you know it's clean when you're doing testing, right? Yeah? So we kind of come with the assumption that when we back it up, it's clean, right? So the idea is because with the way malware and worm works is that it could sit in your backup forever and you don't even know about it. And it could be in there, just kind of be, dormant. For as long as your backup policy is alive, that thing is alive, right? So yes, antivirus can catch most of it. However, if the antivirus, let's say, is not updated and not keeping up, because I know every IT administrator is always busy, there's no free time on their table. If something slips through the crack, when you back up, you don't know, right? So what I'm about to tell you is backup is correct, and I'm just going to augment it a little bit on your methodology of backup. It's to do that check, that scan. So if you're doing your testing monthly, or if you do your full backup weekly, spend a little time on some of your critical data and just scan it, and then back it up. And then you can actually write it down and say, this is my golden copy. If I need to pull out it, then I know it's actually good, right? So you can kind of do a lot of pre-work. Because a lot of time I find when we start recovering, the recovery time, we spend a lot by trying to find, number one, which copy is good. And if it's good, do I know it's good? Or do I have to check if it's good? Okay, this copy, this tape is bad. Okay, let's go to the next one. So you do a lot of those checks when you actually do need the speed, right? So why not do that beforehand before you back it up? So that's kind of the thought process that I kind of want you to, maybe we'll just do a little bit of preamble to that. And then when we need to recover, I can skip that. I can just do a little bit of a check, right? So going through this table is kind of a comparison of traditional backup architecture, which helped us historically to recover from natural disasters and sort of an admin accidentally deleted file or VM or power outage at the data center when we only cared if the data was correctly backed up, but we never checked if it actually had a virus on it. So with that little worm and that little malware in it, it changes everything. It changes your practice because now you have to be mindful of that. The worst case scenario is you thought you had a good backup, you pulled it back, and it's game over, right? So this is how we have to kind of shift our thinking. Like everybody does backup, but they just change that little method, how we do it, and what process go through it, and make it a practice that you have incorporated into sort of your monthly maintenance mode. Or you do your test backup once a month, now you just spend one extra day, scan that, then call it, that's a good copy, right? Saves you a lot of time down the road. Okay? And when we talk about cyber resiliency, one of the comments that most customers say, oh, it's complicated because we got to do this. Like it just, I don't know what's wrong with IT people sometimes is that, or no, sorry, I shouldn't say IT people because we're all IT people. Like the management, the business now sometimes to say, this is complicated, get everything done. It sounds complicated, but it shouldn't be, right? So you just start peeling down the onion layers, and then what I kind of find that it was really cool is, let's look at it from the phase approach. So there's 5 phases here, and if you will, 5 layers, okay? So if you can dissect any environment into these 5 layers, and then start looking at each layer individually and what holes you have, then we can start patching it up, right? So this is still sort of just an idea around how I can tackle this. So number 1 is cybersecurity. This is where you pick your goalie based on how much money you have, right? So now everybody can afford Patrick Waugh, but you could probably afford some goalie, but because having some goalie is better than none. You still want to be able to block some of those common viruses or common malware. You still want to catch those because what I'm going to build now is a balanced approach where I can let enough go by, but I can have, there's a threshold that too much go by, I can't come back from it. So ideally, you have some sort of cybersecurity prevention, like a SIM will be probably ideal to start. There are other solutions out there that can go deeper into a sort of real-time scanning or anomaly scanning, kind of give you like a heads up, say, hey, something's off, you got to do something about it, right? The second part is immutability. So I'm sure you guys heard about immutability term everywhere. We're pretty big on immutability because we still sell tape. Tape has been around for so long. Having immutability is almost as much just because the way ransomware works and the way the worm works, right? Because as long as you're digitally connected, there's a way for them to get to it. So once you back up, again, making sure that backup is good and scanned, you can put it into a tape or USB drive, anyway, just off from the world so that nothing can actually affect it anymore. So when you do need it, a lot of those pre-checks are done, right? Second part, the third phase of that is a discovery. Okay, so do I have to, I have my cybersecurity prevention stuff, but then do I have like early discovery within the storage environment per se? So from an IBM solution standpoint, what I like to talk about is I need to know how my storage or my infrastructure is running. I need that baseline. Without that baseline, the question is, how do I know bad is bad? You don't. You don't know. If you don't know your environment, you don't know what is bad. Just kind of like, how do I know I have a high cholesterol if I never take my blood test, right? So in this case, where once you start understanding your environment, your operation, your backup, how long it takes to your backup, what is the typical backup looks like, how long the typical job looks, or what's the throughput, that all gives you insights to your environment. And once you have enough of that data set, you have a baseline. So let's say you're getting encrypted. Your CPU utilization has got to go up. Your backup must take longer. And the biggest sign for that would probably be your deduplication or compression, because anything that's being encrypted, that goes out the window. So if you get an alert and you set up the alerts to say, hey, if I have a really bad data reduction in my backup today or in my production SAN today, I probably should spend a little bit of time looking into it because something is up, right? So it's just kind of when we work on our ThinkPad, anytime that our CPU, or at least for me anyway, anytime I feel slow, I bring up my processor and I look at which one is doing. If it's, if it's Lotus knows, I'm like, oh, crap. Luckily, I don't have to do that anymore because we're on Office 365. So the next part is recovery. So it's kind of like a step approach. Like I said, if you do everything right, the recovery is a much faster pace, right? Because recovery really depends on all the pre-stuff that you can do. We don't want to start doing the scanning or start checking which snapshot is actually good when I need to recover. Because at that point in time, all I care about is getting my services back online. So you want to do all that beforehand when your service is actually online. Because we want to reduce that 23 days of service interruption. How do I do that? Let's see if we can shift some of those checksums before things actually happen and make it into your practice and make it into your routine and just add that little thing in there. Lastly is automation. So what I've seen in the field, especially when this incident has happened, is that the administrator gets taxed. I've worked through some of my customers this year. There's at least 3 to 4 that had an incident. Like they literally don't sleep. And when you don't sleep, you become very irritated, and human error is going to bound to happen. And that's probably the worst thing that could happen because you could potentially delete a good copy, and that's gone, right? So they are stuff. I'm not saying everything has to be automated, but something should automate so that you can free up some of these administrators' tasks so that he can actually more focus on the more important stuff. So with automation, it should speed something up. So I'll give you an example with automation. It will be something like, let's say, you have it tied into your SIM, and let's say a SIM usually gives you an alert. You can pre-script it or create a policy and create a severity of the alert, and based on the alert, you can create an action to do either take a snapshot, take a backup right there, and do the data validation, and then everything's scripted, right? That way, the administrator doesn't have to sit there and constantly look at the alerts. Because let's be honest, some administrator, if it's not an urgent alert, he probably has something else better, something more important to do than just looking at it. But that alert could be, once you start going back after the incident, from a forensic standpoint, that alert could be the alert that you should have checked on, right? So with automation, we can create some rules to offload some of these tasks. So make your entire solution or entire practice just that much more efficient. Okay, so I'm talking pretty fast because I'm a little nervous, but I'm almost done. So lastly, now that we know there's a 5-layer approach, and how do we kind of think about it in the 5-layer steps, right? So I want to tell you guys, like, when you start thinking about it, you're thinking it from a data standpoint. Who here actually in your backup environment, do you guys classify your data? Or is it a blanket statement? Everything is kept forever, right? Yeah? Yeah, so that's the worst thing I hear. It's almost a sore topic but it's also a very important topic. Nobody wants to talk about it. Every IT team is like, no, Not all the data. So I'll give you my personal life data. Okay, so if you come to my computer, I do have C drive, D drive, all classified. The most important data is on my SSD. Actually, you probably shouldn't, so I have to go change it. I'm a cat person. So guess what's on that drive? A lot of cat photos and videos, right? So that is encrypted. It's backed up to iCloud. It is sent to my brother's place because I don't trust my parents. So I have 3 copies of it, right? So production is important, so I encrypt it, just make sure that nothing can happen to it. But if that goes away, I still have at least iCloud and my brother's copy, right? Now, I'm a gamer. I know a couple fellows here was a gamer. That stuff is okay because I can still reinstall it. So that doesn't really need to be replicated. So I don't need to have more SSDs on it or more iCloud capacity for it. So you really have to classify your data and put where the value of the data matches with your cybersecurity and resiliency strategy, because it cannot be a blanket statement. Because having a blanket statement just makes everything that much harder to budget for, because the reality is the budget is never increasing, it's always shrinking, right? So we really have to match that data value. The second part of it is the sort of the life cycle of that data. I kind of briefly go through is where it lands. So if that important data is landing on your production site, production server, and then the production story, ideally that environment should have the most focus from a cybersecurity and resiliency standpoint, right? And then where it travels, depending on the SLA, depending on the importance of it, then you can kind of start shifting where, okay, maybe I can not do this a little bit, maybe I don't need to do this a little bit, right? Lastly is design for recovery. So how many here, when you talk about your backup, you always only care about how fast you back up? Have you ever actually asked how fast I can restore? No? Okay. Or you don't even think about that. Put your hand up if you actually don't think about it. Okay. You're a brave one. Right, so traditionally, my background when I first started IBM, I was actually in the backup side. So we had TSM. We always size for how fast you can back up. But no one really comes down, take a step and say, okay, we can back up this fast, but then when I need to restore this much, how fast is it? I can back up in an hour, but I'm going to restore in a week, right? So design the solution, design your practice, design your plan for recovery purposes. Anything we do before the outage happens will only speed that thing up, right? So a lot of those checksums should be done beforehand. Lastly, again, automated. Automation is here to help us, is to make the whole experience a lot better, help the administrator to kind of, be human again, right? Like, fun question for you guys. Does anyone actually feel guilty for taking a 3-week vacation? Yeah? Yeah? Okay. That shouldn't be it. You should go to your HR for that. We should not feel guilty for taking vacation, okay? So the last point, I can't stress enough. Practice, practice, practice. What good is a plan if you don't practice it? A good example is all these athletes and performers. When they have a new skit, when they have a new trick shot, you know how much time they put into it? Probably 24/7 for a few months, right? Because the reaction that you want from that is it should be instinctively. It should be natural to you. You shouldn't have to think about it, right? So for example, if my house on fire, you know what I'm getting first? My cats. I didn't even have to think about it. I just run in, grab them, and get out, right? So in a cyber incident event, we should be practicing all that plan so that when it happens, the moment it happens, we're not scrambling. We know exactly what to do. Either call this number, or either go right in and unplug everything, or call whoever's responsible or consultant if you have a hotline number, right? But the last thing you want to do in an incident is you sit there trying to think through what I should do next. You don't have time for that, because the reality is the more time you give your attacker, the more damage your environment is going to be, right? So time is really crucial when you face any sort of incident. The worst case scenario is basically, some of the customers I helped through, they had the worm sitting there for a month. And when they start doing the post-mortem, it's like, well, this is discovered 6 weeks ago. There was an alert. Your SIM picked it up. Why didn't you do anything about it, right? So there's a lot of stuff that we kind of have to think through our process. So with that, the key message here is don't be that guy. Start thinking now, and you won't be that guy. Well, the first picture, right? So hopefully I've said something that is kind of like, hey, it's in the back of my mind, but I don't, because I'm so busy, I haven't really been thinking about it. But now you should start thinking about it. Like, create a plan, follow the plan, practice the plan, and it should all work out. Thank you. Questions? Oh, perfect. Awesome.
Thank you so much, Timothy, for your presentation on cybersecurity. So the original plan for the NIITA workshop was for us to look at visioning for NIITA, to establish a mission statement, and to look at, what does the future of NIITA look like? We started off kind of looking at a blueprint and a timeline, and like establishing a formal NIITA office. And I've been an Indigenous person working in tech for a long time, and I know that you're primarily focused in the health field, but I don't know another national organization like this. I agree with a lot of the pillars that were outlined in the planning document, and the need for a formal NIITA office to be established. And so we also, the last conference was in 2019, prior to COVID, and for all of us working in IT, there are people that I talked with that no longer have offices, and they strictly work from home. And so this conference is for you. And I want to make sure, in my mind as an IT professional, cybersecurity is of paramount importance. It's something that companies are, usually not investing in until it's too little too late. How do we build resiliency in our backups? I'd like to talk about some best practices and what other departments are doing. When it comes to backups, the data that we create is our whole organization. We're knowledge workers. Employees are paid for the money or for the results that they produce behind their keyboards. Even onboarding and offboarding, okay, this employee started on this date and they ended on this date. Where's the record of all of the files that they've created, and how is that data being protected? So I don't even know. This is just the way that I did my backup. And so I used to have an incremental backup, from Monday to Thursday, and then a full backup every Friday. Then beyond that, I have my full weekly backup, and then I have that runs continuously, and then incremental Monday to Thursday, full backup every Friday, and then I'd have a monthly snapshot every month, and then I'd also do a yearly backup. I really appreciate what Timothy said about make sure you have a plan, document this process. Take the time to go through and make sure okay, if this happens, how are we going to recover? Test your backups. Make sure that there isn't a worm in your backup, like is your data clean? Rely on your SIM tools that you're using within your network. So on top of that, if I'm trying to think of a question, like on the spot, maybe I can ask questions from the crowd. Like, is there something, we might not be able to get back together. Hopefully we'll be together again next year. But within the last 2 years, since the 2019 NIITA conference, what has your job been like? Are there things that you can learn from your colleagues in the room? Do you have questions about security? Do you have something that you'd like to share about best practices and what you've learned working throughout a pandemic within IT technology? Everyone wants to go? I'm just teasing. Mm-hmm.
The mic. So I guess maybe the first discussion we can have at our tables is what sort of obstacles we faced, challenges we faced as organizations, as entities, as we transition from working at home versus working in the office. So, and then after the discussion, we'll talk for 5 minutes, and if there's any tables that wanted to share some of the things they discussed, we can pass the mic around. So go ahead and you can have these discussions now. Thank you.
I would also encourage people to move around the room because I know right now we're really in regional groups. We're sort of in groups with our colleagues and people that we regularly communicate with anyway. So please take some time, and if you could just reposition yourself to a different table. I'd like to see people commingling and discussing ideas with different people.
Okay, so that's been about five-ish minutes. I'm gonna open up the floor to if any of the tables wanted to discuss some or any of the conversations that came up from your discussions. And this is also a great opportunity for you or anybody at your table to introduce yourselves to the room and your community. So if anybody wants to take the plunge and start us off. I'm looking at Gerard here. Oh, okay.
Thank you. Hello. Testing.
Hello. Hi, I'm William Gray. I'm with the Prince Albert Grand Council. I just want to say, first of all, thank you for everybody for having this event. This has been awesome. I've been sharing with a few people that the things that have been stirring within me in the last couple of months as we've been looking at our analytics and looking at how we operate and try and make things refined, I'm hearing from all of our presenters, and it's been awesome, and it's been a really energizing experience for me. I know I was really excited to come here because of what we experienced in 2019 and collaborating and coming up with these things. So it's I wanted to just say shout out to all of us for the participation that we've had. But yeah, as far as the COVID-19 pandemic and how we had issues with working from home versus in the office, I think everybody in every organization can attest to the issue of not everybody has a home office. So you're sitting at your kitchen table and there's kids running around and there's all sorts of communication issues that came with that. Everybody in this room had issues getting a hold of hardware. You know, everybody needed laptops. I know our organization was supporting 9 schools, 6 health clinics, 6 band offices, and 600 and some employees for the Prince Albert Grand Council with a whole 6 technicians. And we went from a couple $100,000 a year in hardware to 2.8 million in 2020. And so we were literally having volunteers from every other department in our organization just to physically unbox Chromebooks. and stuff like that. So we had like this entire production line of volunteers to unbox them just so that our admins could go in and sign them in and roll them to Google Classroom, and doing the same thing with laptops for nurses and supporting nurses and doctors and teachers and all of that. So I think those were probably the biggest aspects of problems that we had, but coming back actually is when I started to see some of the changes in the teamwork and camaraderie in our office. We came back into our office and realized that we hadn't had any renovations done in the 15 years that our director was there, or the 10 years that I've been there. We still had the same carpet that was there 20 years ago. So we decided, spruce up the atmosphere, make people feel good about it. But that forced my help desk into the same room. They were no longer sitting in an office together. They were forced into that room, which you couldn't have done a year ago. And all of a sudden I'm hearing laughter, and I'm hearing, the one day I heard an argument coming from our help desk, and I was concerned. And what actually was happening was they were arguing over the theory of subnets and why it existed. And it wasn't, how do they work, but it was why does it work? And so that camaraderie that's built within a department can't be produced when you're sitting behind a Teams meeting, I don't think. And so it wasn't so much a challenge at the pandemic that we saw, but some of the things that were lacking. So that's just some of the things that I had in mind.
Thank you, William. Is there anybody else that'd like to share?
Here you go. You can take mine.
Hello, everybody. My name is Sanika, and I am here from Deloitte today. First of all, again, it's such a pleasure to be here amongst everybody over here and kind of share the thoughts and know what's happening. But going back to the question about the pandemic, I think I'm going to share some stuff from what we discussed at the table, so it's a lot of varied experience. I think some of us over here were already used to working virtually before the pandemic hit, so it was like just adjusting to completely working from home. But for the rest of us, I think from my personal experience, I used to previously work in an office which was completely in person. So when the pandemic hit, it was, first of all, the capital expenditure of investing in the inventory to kind of support going completely virtual, the learning curve with the staff members of having them to adjust to the new normal, spending so much extra time when you're starting the meeting to kind of be like, oh, my camera is not working, my mic's not working, all of that. The second problem that it led to was also micromanaging. I think it was difficult for managers to kind of keep up with whether the work is being done or not, and it sounds really wrong, but I think there was a lot of problem or backlash coming from the staff that they felt like they are being micromanaged when it comes to reporting and stuff. So it was a lot of struggle finding the efficiency level of how much reporting is good enough and how much is lack of reporting. But I think a good takeaway from the pandemic was also that all of these struggles or challenges were kind of like until you meet a threshold, because as you can see, a lot of jobs have disappeared and they have just completely become virtual now. So doing that investment within technology, or when it comes to reporting or setting up like a system of going virtual, kind of helped in the long run, because now, regardless of whether you have to work in person or not, I think everybody is adapted to it. So if in case there's a storm and you can't make in, or something happens and you can't come to a meeting, it's so easy to switch and adapt. So I think that was a big takeaway. So I just wanted to kind of focus on the cons, but as well as what we kind of learned from the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like a chance to share with the group today before we move on to our next discussion? Okay.
Is it on? Good afternoon, Jeff Niles, National eHealth Manager. Very pleased that everyone's here. It's amazing, great energy. I'll tell a little short story. In 2019, COVID, I was on a senior management call, and we were on using, I believe, Zoom. Okay, this is before Teams, and we were in about an hour call, and it would keep on dropping nonstop. So then I said, how does it feel? Reminding that our folks in remote and isolated locations have the same effect, same issue. So anyway, I thought I'd share that story of where broadband connectivity is an issue. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Is there anybody else that would like to talk? We got Tim in the back there.
Thank you. Been in the business for over 25 years. I know that these conferences don't happen enough. First of all, we've been collaborating with other regions like TSAG in Alberta with I forget the person's name, Duncan, or is it? I can't remember his name. Sorry, it's been so long, right? So anyway, I think when I first seen the presentation at the beginning, when I seen health, we should not compartmentalize health only. We have to open it to everybody. So it's really important that we leave this conference with an open, how would you say, way of working, so that it's inclusive. Because the way technology is delivered from tribal, education organizations, health organizations, so it's a big mix. So we got to make sure that we account for that delivery mechanism that exists, and that we work to sort of coordinate this in the right way, so that it's inclusive to all First Nations and representation too, right? So, because there's a lot of people, I'm thinking, that are not here, and we need to be inclusive of that. So that's my point. Thanks.
Thank you, Tim. Would anybody else like to add? I mean, we have this time to share, so don't feel shy, or anything you have is added value to our discussion, so feel free to raise your hand. Otherwise, we got Debbie.
Hi, can everyone hear? Okay, perfect. Yeah, at our table, I think we basically talked about three things, I would say. One was about, this is the challenges. We were talking about maintaining the security of data, as employees work from home, and even getting permissions to work from home and the privacy considerations. So that was one thing. The other thing was in the communities, getting doctors and nurses and technicians into the communities and looking at the safety protocols around that during COVID. And we talked about that. We talked about having gallons of sanitizer. That was one of the things that came up, and the need for that. We also, I think the third basic thing that we talked about was the new frame of reference, looking at working from home favorably, whereas in some areas that was not considered a favorable thing. The term "you're on mute," that was a new thing, something that had just come up. MS Teams helping people avoid the use of personal phones, during COVID as had been done in the early stages. And I'll probably leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Debbie. Anybody else? Oh, here we go.
So I just wanted to bring up one thing that Jeff had talked about was the broadband. And recently we had a conference for public health information management system, and there was a doctor there who said he frequently works with the social determinants of health, and he had been reading over an article in our newsletter about internet as a social determinant of health, and he'd never even thought of internet as a social determinant of health before. So this was someone who is a doctor and is working with in communities and with social determinants of health, and he wasn't aware of that. And I just kind of wanted to point out that internet is a social determinant of health, and that was pretty much it. That's
awesome, Tyler. Thank you for that. So I mean, we're going to have more chances to talk, but maybe we can discuss again. We kind of talked about our challenges. We've kind of heard from some people in the room, maybe at our tables. And I'm going to ask maybe if Kevin and Danielle can maybe join one of the sparser tables so that you're included in a bigger discussion. But let's talk about, successes and some accomplishments we've achieved over these years and how we see that ourselves growing as we move forward in this new age that we live in after COVID. So I'll give you guys about 5-ish minutes again. So talk amongst yourself at your tables. Thank you. All right, thank you. So who would like to kick off some of the accomplishments, successes, moving forward, those ideas, those discussions? Who wants to capture some of the discussions at their tabletops? Shane's, yeah, okay.
Hi, I'm Shane Stevens from the East Coast in Eskasoni from First Nations. I know I'm just going to probably be brief here. The advantage that came after our COVID thing, or still going on, is that my community were always lacking services and communication for repair, right? So we, in the process of pre-COVID, we were already talking with, not Telus, but Rogers, of becoming our own ISP. And it just sped things up until this day. We are now running our full fiber at maximum speeds and with no interruption whatsoever. And yeah, so that's the only thing that we came out and becoming our own ISP. So rather than relying on corporate or other entities for services, and we could do it our own. So anyway.
Thank you, Shane. We got Devin.
Yeah, so in our discussion, actually first, my name is Devin Tauber from Cowichan Tribes on Vancouver Island in Duncan. What we noticed in our discussion at the table is it really helped with funding for lagging projects and equipment. So that really just all of a sudden came hard and fast, and it really was up to IT to spend that money. And so there was lots of eyes on us, and which is nice, because usually we're in the background, and they usually don't appreciate us too much. But we, I know I found for us, we were personally thanked quite a bit for the efforts that we did in getting everybody connected, and it was really noticed. Another thing that it did was it drove tech adoption. So, for us, again, at Cowichan Tribes, it really drove us to some technologies like we're going Office 365, potentially looking at some Azure solutions, and all because they had to quickly adopt this hybrid workforce mentality. So there was a lot more support, whereas before, cloud adoption was really, there was a lot of hesitancy there. And so now there's lots of innovation and adoption of other technologies surrounding this. So it really kind of spiderwebs out, and yeah, it ended up being quite. Despite all the bad, there's some light that was able to come out of it.
Thank you, Devin. Gerard, I hear you guys were discussing, so I'm going to call on you guys what kind of ideas you had up here. Or somebody from this table. Don't be shy. I'm just kidding. But anybody else that would like to share with the group? Awesome. Thank you, Jennifer.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jennifer. I'm with Siksika Nation. I work for the Siksika Health Services Department. And one of the successes we've had in the last year is through a local technology group, we have successfully procured Universal Broadband Fund monies through the Government of Canada to be able to bring high-speed internet to Siksika Nation for the first time. One of the challenges that we found, and we'd really love to be able to connect with others who are here that might be in the same boat, is that there's a map. The CRTC has a really great comprehensive coverage map of what Canada, the map of Canada looks like as far as internet coverage goes. However, since we submitted our application to the Universal Broadband Fund, we're finding that there are some service providers who are misreporting their coverage since they have received grant funding as well. And the numbers, the speed tests that we're running and getting locally are nowhere close to what is actually being accounted for on the CRTC's map. Curious to know if anyone else is experiencing similar issues. We went back to the government and refuted a very large, it ended up being half of our nation, half of the coverage on our nation, and we're the second largest First Nation in Canada. So that would have been about 400 square kilometers worth of people's homes and our businesses that were impacted that the government was not going to fund because of the challenges associated with the misreporting on the CRTC's map. So would be curious to know if anyone else has been experiencing similar challenges. If so, we were able to successfully refute that, and now we are getting 100% of our initial application funded. So we're grateful for that, but it was not without a fight. So yes, feel free to come and chat to either David or myself. We're here tomorrow as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Does anybody want to comment to that right now, or should we? Oh, okay, we got Tim.
Yeah, in Quebec, about your question, it's true. They rely on databases that they use from the province or whatever. So, for example, in my community, not my community, but a community without power, but they're powered by a generator. They're considered not electrified, so they don't qualify, but they do qualify. So it's really important to establish those contacts, and I can't tell you what or how, but we did find ours, who's responsible for the UN, the Universal Broadband Program in Quebec. So I heard there's different representatives across Canada, so you would have to go and find out through, I guess, the Universal Broadband Program. There is an organization called the First Mile Connectivity Consortium, which we're a part of, and we're like an advocacy group for connectivity and broadband. We were at the hearings in 2016 for the basic service objective. Today, we're advocating for ownership of spectrum for cellular technology, because we have communities who are not served. The telcos don't want to go there. The communities can't buy the spectrum, right? Because it's owned by and it's not fair, right? And there's examples in the States where the tribal organizations own the spectrum, so we're following that suit, so.
Can you mention that organization that you're part of again?
It's the First Mile Connectivity Consortium, fmcc.ca.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Tim. I also want to back up the First Mile Consortium and the work that was done through Connect Humanity and the Indigenous Connectivity Summit. I think that COVID really highlighted what we all knew was already possible with remote work, and it accelerated that. Our communities and our lives are more connected to work now more than ever. And yeah, we're trying to close the digital divide, right? And I'm really grateful that one of the opportunities for me was that I got to go to different conferences. You know, now things are Zoom and in person, so you don't really you have more opportunity to be connected to events and to people that you know. Thank you.
Is there anybody else that would like to share before I hand it off to Cherish to, close the day? And this is your last chance to speak. Okay, so take it away, Cherish.
So one thing that we do want to do before everyone runs away is we would like to do the draw. I'm not too sure if we want to do the draw first and then take a group photo. Yeah, so I'm just going to allow the technicians to set up for the draw. Again, for everyone that was here today, we have $200 gift cards and one iPad. Okay, so we're going to do the 2 gift cards first. And I also wanted to mention that there's work that still needs to be done for NIITA, including visioning, what's next for NIITA. I understand that there's going to be a survey. Everyone who completes the survey will have an opportunity to win 1 of 2 gift cards as well. Your input is highly valuable, and NIITA is here to serve you as the IT professionals that are serving your communities in healthcare. And so I really appreciated, like I said, the work that was done and how they're looking at structure moving forward. And I really hope that NIITA can be set up the way that Tribal Hub has been set up in the United States. It's so important that we have an opportunity to network together and share industry best practices and support one another in our field.